The governing board retreat is called to order. Will the secretary please note that all board members are present with the exception of Member Para, Member Hernandez, and Member Alston. Please note that today's meeting is being live streamed. The first item is 2A, presentation on board processes for accomplishing priorities and goals. Ms. Andrade.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Back in July, we had a board retreat where we visited with A.J. Crable, who was from the Council of Great City Schools, around board professional development. And today we have an opportunity to learn from Ethan and Ben from School Board Partners around their model, which is empowered governance. So without any further ado, I want to thank them for flying in and spending a little bit of their morning with us in Phoenix, and I look forward to hearing what they have to offer. With that said, I will turn it over to Mr. Claiborne or Mr. Ashley.
Yeah, Mr. Ashley.
Okay.
Well, board, and superintendent, I just want to say thank you. It is a pleasure to be here. The acoustics in this room is phenomenal. Just want to acknowledge that. Yeah. Acoustics, is that it? So we have a short presentation here we'll go through, and then we'll spend some time together. So we'll do some quick introductions. We always think it's important to make sure you know who's in the room, who's sitting in front of you. And we did get an opportunity to chat a little earlier, but now we're going to do it in a more formal sense. After that, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our organization called School Board Partners. From there, we're going to tell you about our new governance model called Empowered Governance. From there, we'll talk a little bit about board needs and have a discussion with you all. And we'll then go to Q&A. Does that sound good? Great. All right, so this handsome devil is me. So I will tell you guys, there's some key indicators here that are really important to me. The first being that I am a father of school-age children. I have a 17-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 21-month-old. Pray for me is what I'm going to say there. And me growing up, I was born to two educators, my mother and my grandmother. They were both elementary school teachers, and they told me to go be a lawyer, and that's what I did. I am a lawyer. I bring this up because my experience as a young person was really shaped by that of the educational system in which I was born and had the experience to go through. And so, I tell this story not oftentimes amongst strangers, so you all are going to be friends after this. But, at the age of 6, I found myself handcuffed at the local police precinct. My mother was having a scared straight moment with me. And I tell this part of the story because less than, at that point, 18 years later, I had the opportunity to get my law degree, so on and so forth. But the way that happened is largely because of school board policy and board members and superintendents who really looked out for me. And so, I will tell you all, I had the opportunity to start college before I started high school. It was fully paid. All I had to do was pay for books. I was bused to a magnet school outside of my district. Bus was free. The experience was great. I went to a law magnet high school, so it makes sense why I became a lawyer, right? And I say all that to say, by the time I was 16, I was a senior. By the time I was 18, I was a senior in college. And by the time I was 22, I had my law degree. And that only happens because of school board policies and superintendent at the time that were thinking deeply about what it meant for young people who look like me to have alternative pathways to success. And so, as I think about my story with school board, I then went on and did some criminal justice reform work when I first got out of law school, working with a young man named Brian Stevenson. I was his Louisiana armed to end juvenile life sentences in Louisiana. I wanted to jump in on the front of the school to prison pipeline work, and I ultimately did some work advocating at the state level. It's really how I got into politics, because you'll see as a second bullet, I am a two-time elected human. I'm an elected school board member in New Orleans. In fact, after I worked for the organization where I did work at the state level, I ultimately ended up getting recruited by another young young man named Mark Moriel to work for an organization called the Urban League, and had the opportunity to move Urban League of New Orleans to Urban League of Louisiana. It was then that I then ran for elected office, became the youngest elected official in New Orleans. Thank God I'm not that anymore, but it's been some time. And I bring that up, and now I represent the most African Americans in some of the hardest hit areas in New Orleans. So the 9th Ward, the East, the 7th and the 8th Wards are my districts that I represent. Many of you all might know that this district includes the school that integrated during the time of integration. So the Ruby Bridges story, that school is in my district. I do represent them. And so that is a little bit about the history. From there, I'll tell you, I am also a proud husband. Just in case she's watching. I don't think she is, but just in case, I am a proud husband of an educator. She works for City Year. She's the executive director and vice president of City Year of New Orleans. And, you know, I will say, my time on the board has been vast. I've served in many positions. I'm the immediate past president of our school district in New Orleans. And, you know, I just want to end by saying, you know, I am really deeply moved by individuals who choose to serve in this way. And we'll get a little bit into this with the work that I do on school board with school board partners, but not everybody signs up in a largely voluntary role. They say it's part-time, but it's definitely full-time. We know that, to do what you all do. And for my folks who are around the table that make us as school board members that much more successful, from my lawyers to my folks who really help us, thank y'all. Superintendent, thank y'all. So I'll end there, and I think my friend Ben is going to do a quick introduction of himself.
I knew I should have put my slide first. I'm trying to follow you. I just briefly about myself. I started out in corporate finance, and I hope there's no Boeing officials watching right now. But if you ever seen the movie Office Space, that was kind of my life, right? And it didn't take me long to realize as a young person that living in a cubicle every day was not for me. And I decided to kind of buy my soul back and get into education and do something that mattered. So I taught high school in Philadelphia. So I have a heart for high school. Taught in some public schools that were really failing their students in a lot of ways, and it convicted me to want to do something to change that. So I ended up launching a charter school network in New Orleans, which is how ultimately Ethan and I got to know each other. Led that for 10 years, built an early learning center, turned around an elementary school and a high school, and then ultimately served on the school board next to Ethan. So actually you can't see, this is a bad picture because it cuts Ethan off, but he's on the left side of me. We served together from 2016 to 2020, and it was truly an honor, and we learned a lot the hard way, and now are committed to trying to share not only those learnings, but the learnings we have from school board partners, which you'll hear about in a second. I now serve as an independent consultant. My wife and 3 children and I moved to Washington State after New Orleans to be closer to family. So I've been consulting since, technically independent, but the large majority of my work is with school board partners. And so what I do is I serve as a policy coach for fellows and alumni. I've worked with Aaron, with Mr. Marquez, and others. And so I've now worked with probably about 100 school board members around the country in districts of all persuasions, all sizes, and have learned the most from that. I learn from board members, and then I try to collect that knowledge and give it back. So that's my role here. I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Perfect. So as we just talked a little bit about school board partners, so let me just, I know y'all see this slide, but before we even get to the slide, I just want to make sure you all understand, School Board Partners was birthed out of this idea that, you know, I didn't have the answers relative to being on the school board. In fact, when you get elected, apparently everybody expects you to solve all the problems that ever existed at any point in time in your educational system. And you're like, whoa, hold on, guys. How am I supposed to do that? And so I have a co-founder and co-CEO called Carrie Douglas, and she's out of Bend, Oregon. And her and I were thinking very similarly on different sides of the country about how can we put a cohort of school board members together and learn together, get the best learnings, really help to cut the learning curve of these leaders with what's happening in the world. And so, for us, we spent the majority of we're now 5 years in, let me acknowledge, so we started 5 years ago. We'll be at 6 years in January, so we're like 5 and 10 months. There you go. Yeah, 5.5, 5.5. And when we originally started, we took about 15 leaders from around the country and really just threw everything that we could at them about knowledge around what does it mean to be a good school board member, all the things. And as a result, we ultimately now 5 years later have really landed on these key things. Ultimately, we have a national fellowship that I just spoke about, where we take leaders through a whole cacophony of curricula, support based folks like Ben and others. And then we have a national fellowship, we have regional fellowships, and then we ultimately have small partnerships with foundations who want to make sure that more people of color have the opportunity to get the resources that they need in order to run for an elected office. And so we think deeply about leaders, particularly leaders of color, in this role. We have a national conference, so if you all ever want to be amongst your peers who are learning and thinking deeply about what does it mean to improve student outcomes, experiences, access in their environments, come to Our Collective Power. It's a beautiful, beautiful experience. And then we have a membership where all of our alumni will get the opportunity to be a part of a membership-based experience. And we're thinking deeply about not just individual members, but also districts. So we'll talk through that. We are currently figuring out the right structure there. And then we do some coaching and consulting support. That's largely why we're here today, to talk a little bit about what that looks like. And then we do research. So last year we had our first national report on the state of school boards in America called Empty Seats at Powerful Tables. And that data, it's like first of its kind data that was disaggregated by race, gender, class. And it's data on who is serving in seats, what supports do they need or don't, what supports do they have. And the report got picked up by US Today, Politico, and a couple other folks. And it's a beautiful, beautiful report, if I might say so myself. Let me tell you a little bit about what we do in our fellowship. So we teach on 4 different axioms of learning. We think it's important to know what does it mean to really know your role in terms of governance, so good governance. We also think it's critical that you know how to advance racial equity and equity strategies. Beyond that, we're thinking deeply about your own personal leadership, you as a human. What does it mean for you to be leading? And then we think about your self-care and your sustainability. We all know really smart, thoughtful people who are not whole and aren't taking good care of themselves and either can't sustain in the role or they shouldn't be leading anybody anywhere because they're just not whole. And so we think about your self-care and sustainability. All these 4 pillars are just as important as one another. There is no hierarchy. As much as we'd like to say that we're like, teaching you the role of governance is the only thing we're going to do, and that's just as important. We think self-care and sustainability is just as important, because why fill you up with all that information and all that knowledge, and you don't stay in the role. You don't have the tools to stay in the role, right? And so we're thinking deeply about how to make sure you know how to take care of yourself in deep ways. All right, so we've worked essentially with about 250 leaders around the country. So we have a national cohort and community of practice of about 200 plus leaders. We do regular both in-person convenings and virtual convenings. We have I think I was telling you all, we have a rigorous curriculum of about 32 modules that we'll take folks through. And then people have access to individual mentoring, coaching. In some instances, we give access to life coaches, depending on what's happening with you in your life in that moment. Like, we really do care deeply about school board members. And then we give you individualized expertise support, and then ultimately give you access to our library of exemplar policies and tools that exist pulled from different places, largely what Ben was talking about, the work that he's done, codified. So 250 leaders across 70 districts, 25 states impacting about 5 million students. That's our work thus far. And we passed about 100 policies around the country, which ultimately influenced what we would call today empowered governance. And we're going to get there to talk a little bit about that. And in fact, when we think about this work in terms of school boards and the importance, we think about three things: people, power, and professionalization. You want to make sure that you have the right people with the right mindset in the right environment, ultimately using their power, right? Knowing the approach to governance, making sure that they are thinking deeply about data, transparency, and policies. And then, professionalizing, make sure they have the ongoing training to utilize all that knowledge and mindset stuff that they've been able to do. At the end of the day, we think deeply about how to make sure school board members can be courageous, competent, and impactful to advance strategies that improve student outcomes, experiences, access, and environments. Okay? All right. I think I want to make sure that I give you all this. There's 4 opportunities to engage with us. Read our report, share our report, emptyseatsreport.com, emptyseatsreport.com. I also, if you know of a school board member, or send your school board members to our collective power. I think y'all will enjoy the space if you've never had the opportunity to be in a space that is thoughtfully curated specifically for school board members. This is not, unfortunately, all of our extra staff, our superintendent and administrative staff. This is not for y'all. This is like an exclusive space specifically for school board members. Send them. I promise you they'll come back different, better, hugging, all the things, okay? They're gonna come back hugging. I just want to be clear. It's a deep experience. And then I just want to say, for the folks who are looking for support, join our fellowship. This is a unique experience. You all know that half the time you don't know what's happening in different districts around the country because, education is not a federal right, it's a state right, so every state is different. So you have an opportunity to join our national fellowship, gives you access to other people in different states that are doing different things. You can pull from them. You can really, sit them down. And sometimes you just need people that's not in your space to talk to, and y'all can do that too, okay? The last thing I'll say is, reach out to us if you, and you all are doing this, right? Reaching out to us about personalized coaching and support, and that's what we're really going to talk about next.
So, sorry, it's been a while since I've used one of these. I'm going to give you just an overview of the governance model, and then we're going to stop talking at you and start hearing from you as soon as we can. So thanks for bearing with me here. Empowered governance is, this is the chain of what empowered means in our context. Ultimately, what we seek to do is to empower you all as board members with the tools and the skills and the capacity you need to be an effective governing body. And we know that impact will fall all the way down to students and the community ultimately if you all are doing your jobs as the best you can. So we're just here to try to support to make that happen. These are the 5 roles of a school board that, from all of our work with board members, I think kind of condense as efficiently and as short and sweet as we can get it. These are the lanes of the board, right? This is what the board should be doing. I'm not going to read slides to you generally. And almost everything else that's not in these 5 lanes is the job of the superintendent. And I'm more than happy to share this deck with you too if you don't feel like you got to write it down or take pictures. We're all open and transparent here. So in terms of sort of the differentiation of our governance model, maybe versus some others, it really comes down to these 4 things. And I'm going to just kind of touch on each one. So in terms of policy centered, we believe strongly and we embrace the role of the board as a policy-making body. You are a legislative body. You are the policymakers for the district. Our main focus and where we are centered is on how we can help equip you with improving with the assistance you need to improve your policies, strengthen your policies in such a way that will enhance the conditions for student outcomes to thrive. So what we have is, and this is growing, a model policy toolkit. These are some of the topics that are covered that we believe aren't perfect, and we'll continue to iterate and get better together. But I believe generally what we've put together elevates the game, raises the bar, and these are probably the more higher leverage policies that really impact students. Obviously, we have some other more technical compliant policies, but these are the ones that we think really matter the most and encourage you all to focus on. We offer these model policies. We don't offer them as a plug and play generally. We don't say, here, pass our policy. We work with you to shape it. We give you a starting point, and then we work with you to shape it and adapt to your local context so that it makes sense for your community, for your district, for your students. Secondly, we are centered very strongly on measurable accountability, and I know you are too, and I know you're about to get into that next, which is exciting. We've heard the phrase, what gets measured gets done. Heads are nodding. We believe we take that one step further and say, you have to measure the right things if you want to get the right things done. What you are measuring, and you as a board, what you ask for in terms of metrics, what you set goals on specifically, really makes a big difference in terms of the type of activity that you're driving the district to pursue, right? And so we get very clear, even in policy sometimes, about what we think are the right metrics to really measure comprehensively the performance of the school system. And a lot of those things are kind of standard operating objectives. We know we need to have career and college readiness indicators, and there's really not that many different versions of them. There's kind of a right and a wrong way to measure the work. And so we try to help you get the right metrics in front of you. The superintendent evaluation, we encourage to be based on those outcomes. And then lastly, and this is very similar to the student outcomes focused governance model, we believe strongly that your board meetings should be organized to prioritize data monitoring as much as possible. So I think you heard AJ say at least 50%, we're there. Totally agree, maybe more, right? But the more, and I was talking to Superintendent Andrade about this earlier, the more you are looking at data that the superintendent also cares about, the more you all are walking in lockstep and doing the work together, as opposed to the board setting an agenda that's different than the agenda of the superintendent, right? Those things really should be the same. So when she gets ready for a board meeting, she's looking at data she wants to be looking at anyways to lead the district, right? And so that's a lot more efficient and effective way to govern than the way we've seen in some boards. Thirdly, the balance of power is really important. So I'm just gonna be straight up candid with you. I've worked with a lot of different board members. I've worked with several whole boards. In general, the trend that I see is boards that have over-empowered and over-delegated to the superintendent and are effectively just rubber stamps. I'm not saying that about you all. Please don't misunderstand me. I don't know that to be true here, but I do know it to be true in most of the boards I've observed. Okay. Now I believe in autonomy for the leader, right? I also believe in accountability for the leader, and that's the board's role. And so finding that proper balance, and these are some ways that we try to identify when we've struck the right balance. For example, the superintendent doesn't necessarily always set every agenda item unilaterally. There are districts where I've seen that happen, where the board's just uninvolved in the agenda, where I've seen districts where the boards are never initiating policy, are simply just taking whatever the staff has put together and blessing it, et cetera, et cetera. I won't read the slide, but there are real indicators that where we kind of know whether or not we've struck that balance or not. And then lastly, we are very intentional and explicit about a focus on equity. Equity in education has become almost so overused. I always wish I had a different word, because I think we just use that constantly, but this is really more of what we mean when we say that. So we have policies that are designed, and we will share these with you, to, again, enhance those conditions, not only for student outcomes, but for student outcomes to occur in environments that are equitable for students of different backgrounds and identities, environments that are good for staff with different identities and backgrounds, where people feel included and appreciated, and also where we encourage representation from students, who are our most important client, customer, if you will, of the district. So we have a couple policies that give you options of how you can involve students directly with the board more than you might be doing now. And then lastly, in terms of equity, again, measuring the right things, get the right things done. You gotta measure for equity. We gotta know what is the disaggregated data for student groups and all these different outcomes. Do we have a racial disproportionality problem in discipline? And how do we measure that? We have a whole cheat sheet for you of how to do that. Are your student demographics mirroring the student, I'm sorry, are your teacher demographics mirroring the student demographics you're serving? There are ways to measure equity and go beyond just some flowery, nice sounding statements that we often see in an equity policy, and actually put some money where our mouth is in terms of measuring it and holding ourselves accountable and demonstrating that we're really moving the needle. So those are the 4 pieces. I believe when Mr. Crabo is here with you, he may not have fully, and it's no fault of his own, he may not have fully described how our model contrasts to the student outcomes focused governance model. So I just want to take a minute to draw some contrast from our perspective. Where we are definitely aligned, undoubtedly, is on student outcome goals at the center of your work, and your board meetings being focused on data. So we don't have any points of departure there, I don't believe. There are some other points of departure here that I just want to point out. I don't mean this in any way to say one is better than the other. We have partnered with student outcomes focused governance. We have a good relationship with them. I have seen boards get better as a result of their work. So I'm not here to say you shouldn't pick that model at all. Please don't misunderstand that. But our model is different, and we're just essentially here to help you understand how ours differs, so you can pick which one makes the most sense for you. And so some of the ways that are different, the policy-making role that I said we're really centered on, I don't believe the student outcome focused governance model is centered on policy. In fact, they promote what they call a policy diet, where the board is effectively stepping back from policy making and instead just focusing nearly all of their attention on the goals and the guardrails. We believe in monitoring data across many, many different dimensions: procurement, human resources, finance, student discipline, student attendance, et cetera. And those that may cover ground that aren't in your official annual 3 to 5 goals, right, that are on your superintendent evaluation or what have you. But we still think you should be looking at that data and understanding what's going on across the district. We are pro-policy, pro-committees. We don't believe in the diet concept. Our consulting support really looks pretty different, so we're going to get into that at the end. We are not asking for you to do a full 2-year commitment or commit to 5-6 figure dollars. We want to tailor our work to be most responsive to your needs, and in a minute I'm going to go through an activity with you so we really understand your needs and your perspectives. That could be a short-term engagement for one deliverable. It could be 3 deliverables. It could be a pick and choose menu of what you think is most useful to you. But you do not necessarily have to commit to a full multi-year implementation. And lastly, for what it's worth, we're not big fans of day-long retreats. I try to get the work done with y'all. I'm not here to, I don't even call us trainers. We're not doing a training. I don't really know what the word retreat means. It never feels that much of a retreat in my experience. I believe in working sessions. I believe in being efficient, getting stuff done. We'll do the planning ahead of time so that when we are together, whether it's virtually or in person, we make the most of that time and get to the finish line as quickly as possible while doing good work. And then lastly, before I shift to hear from y'all, I think another sort of general, maybe slight difference in the models, we both believe in community engagement. Our perspective is that community engagement is probably most productive during the strategic planning development process. The goals may be part of that, but the actual goal-setting exercise itself doesn't necessarily have to take quite as long as maybe the SOFG model believes. And lastly, I think through our policy various different kinds of policies that are listed here, there are other ways we engage community that are important on an ongoing basis. So we're definitely pro-community engagement. We might have some slightly different approaches in terms of how we do it between the two models. So with that, let me just pause and see if there are any general questions, and then we're going to shift into kind of hearing more individually from you. But are there any clarifying questions
Members,
just
do you
so
have any
far?
questions? Looks like we're good. No questions. Clerk Napa. Could we go back to the slide that talked about equity, empowered governance for principles equity?
Yes.
Yes. So under policies, there's disadvantaged business enterprises. How does that tie into board governance?
Great question. So this is actually a policy that's in development still, but we believe that it's an important role and responsibility for the board to ensure that businesses that are owned locally, businesses that are owned by people of color, businesses that are owned by women, however you choose to define the business enterprises that maybe traditionally have not had as much opportunity to participate in the business activities of the district. It's important for the district to have a policy that ensures that there's a level playing field and even maybe an advantage playing field for the folks that have been left out. And so there's your budgets are very significant. I don't know offhand exactly $450 million, right? That's a lot of infusion into the local economy and the various ways that you all do your work. And we believe strongly you should have policy that directs the staff to make sure that folks that have not participated traditionally as much compared to their white-owned peers get a chance to be part of that. Okay. So what I'd like to do is take probably about 10 minutes. I'm going to hand out, we're in school now. We're going to hand out a little worksheet. Would you mind just throwing that around? I've just got a little independent activity for you, and we're going to collect this once you're done, probably about 10 minutes. And then we're going to talk about it as well. But I just wanted to give you a chance to really collect your thoughts so that we can really understand your needs.
Okay. 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 Classwork. That's right. That's right.
This will be graded.
This will be. This will be. All right, make sure you put your name. Hold on. Let's see. Mess around. Put Aaron's name on here. This is
All right. Well, I think that might be the cue for us to come back together. Um, when bunnies are drowning, it's time to change topics. Thank you, Ms. Ross. Just want to open this up for discussion. So the purpose of having you all write that down first is A, to collect your thoughts, but B, we're gonna collect it. We're not gonna grade it, but we are going to collect it and use it to create, if you will indulge us, to create a proposal for you that's customized and responsive to what you tell us. And so it's a lot easier to have that in writing that we can take with us and then really pull it together for you. But I would like to discuss it since we're here together, and maybe just go around in a circle individually if you all would be willing to share your responses to each of the 3 prompts. Mr. Marquez.
So top 3 most pressing issues for the board to address in the next 3 to 6 months. Permanent national superintendent search. Number 2, better understanding enrollment and budget projections for this year and future years. Finding consensus on school safety strategies and how to measure progress. Top 3 policy priorities, 23 and 24. Policy to encourage staffing to mirror student population, measurable achievement goals, and policy to encourage district partnerships with AmeriCorps and other national service and community organizations. What boards, most important, needs to become more effective as a governing body, board-initiated policy coaching, and committee work.
Hi, my top 3 most pressing issues, student academic achievement and personal well-being, the African proverb, how are the children? Resources being allocated equitably, and focus on best practices to attract, recruit, retain, develop the best educators, administrators, and support staff. My top 3 policy priorities for us to consider is hiring and retention policies, fiscal responsibility, school safety with a student bill of rights, and then the board's most important need for improvement to become more effective, building trust with the communities we serve and each other.
We're only doing the first question? All of it? Okay. Top 3 pressing issues the board needs to address. Increase student achievement with equity in math, reading, and sciences. Evaluation of hiring and retention practices, policies. Hiring and the hiring process of the permanent superintendent. And then I have just a caveat one. That's my own personal. Increase the number of leaders, faculty, and staff, especially Native American Education Program advisors. Top 3 policy priorities, definitely looking at how we partner and what our policy is to help students transition to other focuses, other options versus college, college alternatives for high school graduates. Thank you. I wrote it down. Safety strategies that keep students safe and protect student rights. And then couldn't come up with a third. I'm still thinking on that. And the board's most important need for improvement to become more effective as a governing body. I think it's communication and collaboration. Really relationship building and focusing on what we want to collaborate on to make sure that we are meeting board goals.
Thank you all. My list, without going into as much detail as you all did, is achievement, budget, safety. Second category of the policies is student rights in the classroom/school, student rights when it comes to interacting with law enforcement. And then my third one, as far as policies, is I've talked to our previous superintendent about this several times, and I don't know how to move forward with it, but I'm from Illinois. I was raised in Illinois. And in Illinois, every student who graduates with everything they need to go to college, means they have the 4 sciences, the 2 foreign languages, the blah, blah, blah. We don't do that in Arizona. That frustrates me because everyone's path is not college. But I also feel like we're creating a barrier by not having it standard. And so I want that to be a policy, and I don't know if that's a policy or if that's just the way of school operates, is my number 3, even though I said I was going to elaborate, and I elaborated on that one. And then my last one, I don't know.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Definitely some themes or patterns in the responses that we've heard, particularly around budget and fiscal responsibility, safety and student rights. Obviously, you have a superintendent search going on. Is there anything, I guess, particularly on those topics that got repeated over and over again? Are there any other just thoughts that you all have on ways that us folks that support this work like us might help you?
Can you repeat the question, please?
In the either just, I guess I'll just open it up. And any of the things that we talked about, I guess I'm particularly focused on the things that I heard over and over again. Staff diversity, budget and fiscal responsibility, student safety. There were some clear themes that kept coming up. I'm just curious if there are any more thoughts from any of you on the specific ways that we might be able to help you advance those priorities. You know, what maybe just deal a little deeper. What do you need help with? What can we do for you?
Superintendent Dorado, you have thoughts?
Yeah, I just kind of want to chime in for a moment, having been in the role now for maybe 120 days. I do see the gaps in some of our policy and the archaicness, I think, would be the best word, of an old institution of some of our policies that literally like we have to dust off, and you see just how old they are. With that said, and the changing of laws coming through and keeping up on it is truly a full-time job with the advisories that come across. I would love, and I'm just putting this out there in the universe, but I would love to see our district adopt or at least look into what many other districts across Arizona, the forward-thinking ones, possibly adopting the trust model, and then taking that, which is a really solid base, but it cleans out the garage, that garage that's just full of stuff. And then from there, I think we've got the opportunity to really massage with toolkits it even further the way we want to see it represented in our district. It's called the trust model policies. And Lynn, maybe you could speak a little bit more on those?
Or Eileen can too.
Okay,
Basically, they're an alternative to the ASBA policies, which have been around for a long time. They're much more streamlined. They do not just, a lot of the ASBA policies that you have right now basically just repeat the law, which isn't really a policy. And so that's why you have 2 full 3-ring binders full of policies. And so the trust has attempted to create a more streamlined, effective set of policies that many school districts are adopting instead of the ASBA model.
And for our visitors, ASBS, Arizona School Board Association.
I'll jump in and add something. I think, the 3 years I've been on the board, school safety has been the most recurring issue that this board has discussed. And I think we need to find a way to continue to make progress on that that is reflective of our elected governing board members. And it's not always unanimous amongst the 7 of us. But at the same time, as much time as we spend on school safety, I think has made it difficult for the board to really get focused on student achievement and outcomes and other equity issues as well.
Just to your point, Superintendent Andrade, about the policies that need dusting off, has there been discussion about doing some kind of like full review or overhaul yet? No. Is that something you think you might be interested in doing?
President Ross, members of the board, I just want to start by saying we are investigating it, and Eileen has been very helpful in bringing us examples, brought a trust member, I believe, to an executive team meeting just to give us an understanding so that when we do bring it to you, we have that depth of knowledge, we have examples. And I think it's always best to have other districts, you go first. And, we'll see what we can learn from them, because I think there's a couple different ways to eat this elephant in the room, and I've seen a couple different approaches across the district so far. So we are getting closer and closer to getting to that point of bringing it to a board meeting for discussion.
Got it.
I have a chime in here. Quick question. If nothing changed in the way that you all currently do business, what are you afraid will happen to the children?
I just think that the children won't get the best possible start of their adult lives. I know many of us go around and talk to the community, but also students and that sort of thing. And there's a big gap that I see when I'm there, and it makes me anxious that we're not being as effective as we could be. So in order to do the best service for the kids, we've got to, lock it in and get better, do the things that we need to do for the district as a board to get them the resources and the things that they need so that they can be effective. But I've been to, I go to a lot of campuses, and my heart is aching and I'm anxious, and it makes me wild to see the gaps in providing, the quality education that those students deserve.
Thank you. Others, any other feelings about this? Hearing none, what I'll say in this moment is there's that. Then there's the other piece that was put out there, and I heard, at least from one or two of you, about getting a permanent superintendent, whether it is the current superintendent that's sitting here, I don't know if she's interested, but, all things, or, whatever that may look like. That's not an easy feat. How many of you all have had the opportunity to go through a superintendent search? Nobody. All right, so you all are new to this idea. Yeah, and so just making sure that, are you all feeling like you have the support to do this well? And if not, I would love to hear just your thoughts on that really quickly, and then we can move.
So it's one of those things I feel like is you don't know what you don't know. And I think a couple of your questions have been that way, for me at least, to say what would you change or what would be different. And it's kind of like, I don't know what I don't know. And so that's why I'm like, I don't know how to answer that. And so as far as my knowledge and experience, the process is going fine. But again, I don't know what I don't know. I don't feel like I'm drowning in the process. It feels like it's going in logical order, but the three of us are inexperienced in it, if that makes sense.
It does. And I think that is a beautiful way of stating that. I just want to acknowledge, as someone who's done it and was the president at the time doing it, it's not an easy feat. It's the one job, which is the most important job that we do, where you don't actually get help from other administrative staff, because it is the role, it is your one role. There's several roles, but like this is the role that is on you all, right? And so, making sure that the experience of those applicants who are interested in applying, that the search is done professionally, right? You all look professional in what you all are doing, right? People feel like they are supported in the process, right? It's really important, in that you all are very clear about how you all are communicating these things to community and your applicants. It's very important. I want to just make sure you all know that we also provide that type of support and coaching if you need it. And that's really important, because the next person that's going to be, sitting in that seat, whether it's, the current superintendent or not, that process that you all put them through, it makes someone at the end choose to say yes or no. Right, so I just want to make sure we put that out there.
Yeah, just to add to the conversation, what Board Member Signa Oliver had mentioned, really, I feel school systems really do great at focusing on the highly motivated and the high achievers, right? And it's really wonderful to see our students excel and go to universities, colleges, Ivy League. I mean, we were touting our $1 million scholars, right? What makes me concerned is those students that are not doing well, vulnerable students, underrepresented populations. And again, just being super visible, being Native, I worry about our Native students. Our Native American Education Program is doing wonderful work trying to figure out how many Native students we actually have. Prior to me being on the board, I had data that said 800. I heard in board meetings 1,500. It also focuses on how we actually define Indigenous and Native students. The other thing that I really worry about is our homeless student population and our foster care population. I really don't see us talking about how those populations of students are moving through their high school years, right? And PXU, I feel, does a really great job of looking at a student holistically and supporting them through whatever it is that they need. The other concern that I have about policy is how our students are being evaluated. Meeting with faculty and just being a part of certain discussions, evidence-based grading scares me. Evidence-based grading, I don't think, is something that prepares our students for college, post-secondary, for jobs, for professionalism, and to help them be the best person that they can be. Honestly, I feel education is here to develop our community members. These are the people that are going to be making our decisions. These are the individuals that will be on this board. These are the people that need to be critical thinkers and analyze. And I think that nationally we are doing our students a disservice by not really holding them to a standard that the rest of the world are holding their students to, especially in math and sciences. We're having a wave of retirees in health, in education, in engineering, not to mention trades, welding, construction, all of these things. And quite frankly, I don't think we're developing the workforce to fill those empty positions.
I would just say on the superintendent search, 3 of us were on sort of the selection committee for the firm that we're going to hire, and I think we'll know which firm that is, soon by the next board meeting. But I think my concern about the entire process is making sure we have enough community engagement. That's more than just the 7 of us, doing our best, but it's the firm that we pick, guiding us through rigorous community engagement process. We come up with the right profile, and then also creating a fair process so that our current interim superintendent or any other internal candidates feel like they can go through a fair process, but at the same time we're attracting applicants nationally that we should definitely consider. So it's a short window, and I feel like I think as President Ross said, we don't know what we don't know, and we hope we pick the right firm, and we hope they lead us through a good process. But how do we, as the 7 board members, get the most out of that firm to get the best process possible for our students and community?
Thank you. That's great. And I know you all are thinking about the search, right? The actual search is one thing. There's the community engagement is another thing. And then how you communicate that, both internally and externally. There's the 3 four-legged stool. You got to make sure you have your comms folks working, your community engagement folks working, and your search people working, so that everyone can tell that you all are doing this. But look, I think at the end of the day, around that, we can certainly make sure that we're thinking deeply about what that type of coaching packages you all go through this could look like, particularly as you all get to the stage where you're also interviewing, and then you start to think about, what is some of the things you all want to make sure superintendent, the potential, applicants that they, show you or do, or, what does that look like? Are you all just doing questions, or, all that stuff? Of course, your search firm is certainly going to give you all ideas. I've worked with a couple of search firms. I'm looking forward to seeing what y'all do. But just know, it's your search, your values, your students, and you know the staff here as well as you also know one another. And so that process is going to be important. Oh, it's my turn. Yes, all right, it is my turn. Are there any other comments at this time? Administration, anything else you all want to add in this moment? I just want to make sure we make sure we also are thinking about how well you all are showing up in the room. No? Okay, thank you all. All right, the last thing that we want to just talk about is really, what does it look like in terms of our consulting support, right? And Ben was pretty clear. We are focused on doing delivery-based support. That means you have a thing you want to solve, and we're going to figure out how to give you that in the best way that you need. That can be short or ongoing, but we're not going to put you in a trap bag. We know the process of being on what it means to be on a board and all the things. The most important thing here is probably, what does it cost? All right. So we want to make sure that we're very clear about this. Our packages, whether you're in person or virtual, if you're in person, it's about $8,000. If it's virtual, it's $4,000. But there's something else I want to make sure that we also acknowledge, and I'm going to come back to this. Our consulting support packages, because you all have had the opportunity to have a fellow go through our program, we are offering you all at least two free support packages at a first come, first served basis. And so, the only thing that would be the cost of travel if you all do trigger the in-person one, and the cost of travel is the only thing that would be considered in that moment. And I just want to say that because we are organizationally, we are deeply committed to you all, despite what happens with working with us or not. Aaron, by virtue of your board, we are already all in. Sign us up. Put us in a game. We are thinking deeply about you guys and have been thinking about you all deeply for a while. We just now get to put faces to names and all the things. So I just want to make sure we say that. You want to talk a little bit about this? Yeah.
Struggling with this button today. I'll also add briefly, our fee is no different regardless of how many board members vote for the contract. Just want to make sure that's clear. We don't upcharge you if you don't have a unanimous vote. We'd love to have a unanimous vote, but that's just not something we do. The packages can be, it's a menu, it's an ad hoc menu. So you can pick one, you can pick three. If there's more, we can work on the pricing, obviously. But if you are going to sort of go for the more fuller implementation, this is the sort of the step-by-step sequence we would recommend. This is sort of an order that makes sense, I think, from top to bottom in terms of, and I haven't mentioned yet, but I think some of you know this already. We have done this work with your sister district, the Tempe Union High School District. Have gone through the first two steps now of this process with them. They've adopted a governance policy that is aligned with our model governance policy for Empower Governance. Their board approved a set of goals that are actually, there's a sample. So in your folders, the blue folders, on the right side pocket, there are a set of samples of work products that we've supported districts with. I put Tempe at the front, just so you can see examples of the work products that we help facilitate for them. They adopted those goals in August. They have the board governance policy has been approved. They have a board monitoring calendar. There's a draft there. That hasn't been formally approved yet, but there's a starting point. So you just get a sense of what our deliverables look like in other districts. There are some other districts from around the country in there as well. Superintendent evaluation policy, for example. Any questions on that front?
I
Yes.
actually have a question.
Yes.
President Ross, whoever. Well, two questions. First is, are you also assisting Tempe Union with their superintendent search, just out of curiosity, and providing that support? And then, I don't even know if they've launched it yet. And then the second question, I think a little bit more thoughtful after processing this morning, and thank you again. I guess my wonder is, and you've referenced the superintendent and the board in that lockstep, right? So, and then at the same time, I get it, where board members only travel to maybe these particular conferences. Know your role, know your position, I get that. But then I'm trying to understand, where do the opportunities come for them to work together? Because if you're just training the board, who is volunteer, by the way, and doing their best to move the district forward, but you're not bringing the administration or the superintendent at least along with these shifts and mindsets. And it seems to me that it could slow progress or create even frustration because of the communication. So maybe I'm making assumptions, and I'm looking at it totally through a superintendent lens. So I'll stop there.
I'm really glad you asked that, because I don't think that was clear in what we've shared with you so far. I'll use Tempe as the example. The superintendent was involved every step of the way. It's a team effort. We don't isolate the board and work with just the board and then surprise the superintendent with something at the end. That doesn't work very well. So sorry. But no, it is most productive that way. And I think one way to think about what we offer you in terms of a service is we are facilitating those connections, right? So we are helping, as an independent, sort of neutral party, solicit the input of each of you, including the administration, helping you draft and develop a work product that represents those diverse viewpoints, and then giving you something that I shoot for 90%. If I can help move the ball down the field where you're at the 10-yard line, based on all the input I can gather from you all collectively, and give you something that you can sit down then and meet and so, okay, let's tweak this, and we vote on it, that tends to be effective. And that's how we get policies passed in a relatively short amount of time that people feel good about. To your first question, no, we're not currently engaged with Tempe on the soup search.
And I just want to say, organizationally, we are thinking deeply about what does it look like to train both the superintendent and boards together in a neutral place. But historically, we've trained just school board members. And so some of our superintendent friends feel a little left out, and they come to the meetings and like, why is our folks really thinking deeply about self-care and sustainability in a different way? And our hope, largely is, if I'm talking to your folks about self-care and sustainability, when they're looking at how they evaluate you, they're thinking about, are we giving our superintendent what he or she needs to sustain and be, here, and what's the self-care look like in the packages of support that we give? And I don't know if that happens here just yet, but I do want to acknowledge that we're thinking deeply about what that looks like. Yeah. Yeah.
Back to the samples real quick, and then we can just, any final questions? Those are the samples that are in your folder, except I had a printing problem on the California one. But I would also, I believe this came up in the last board meeting on the other governance model you were considering around reference checks. You're certainly more than welcome to contact any of these districts we worked with. Here's a sampling. If you want a list from us, I'm happy to give you contacts. But yeah, would want to do the same thing if I were in your shoes. So if you'd like to talk to any of our prior clients, we're happy to facilitate that.
Members, any other questions or feedback? See, I knew you were gonna click that slide, see? Nothing?
If there are no further questions, what I would finish with then is what we intend to collect those worksheets from you, and happy to have, if you all would be willing, maybe just kind of a follow-up touch point with Superintendent Andrade, President of the Board, if that was appropriate, or however you all want to do that, just to kind of solidify what we could develop for you in terms of a proposal to consider. That would be responsive to what you've told us you were looking for. So that'll be the next step on our end if you'd like to get to that point with us.
And I think, again, what I'd love to be able to do is get next steps from our governing board and then put out an RFQ for the services so that it's competitively, and then at that point, whether that's ASBA, the council, or school board partners, or even others that I'm unaware of, can all answer and provide that. And during that period, we can evaluate which one meets our needs. It's going to be a tough decision, but I think that's probably the method we'll go.
Great.
So have all that ready, because if a request is released, we'll certainly be expecting a response. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here and to meet you all. Encouraged just by the passion and the alignment, I think, in the room. Says a lot about where the district's going. So it's great to see, regardless of whether we get to work with you or not. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for your presentation. Thank you for coming. Board, we'll do a
Next meeting in New Orleans.
we'll do a 5-minute recess, board. Bang, bang, bang. Click, click, click. The next item on the agenda is 3A, like alpha, achievement discussion. Ms. Andrade.
Well, thank you, President Ross, members of the board. I am so excited to have an achievement discussion this morning with you. We've been waiting anxiously for this, and so today we're going to take a dive into formative, summative growth, other ways to measure whether we talk about success, to Board Member Napa's point earlier, whether that's through internships, through CTE completion, looking at what we value as indicators. We measure it all right now, and hopefully as a board, we can kind of come in, or you can come in closer with us and help us give some identifiable goals that we really can lift up around student outcomes. I do want to put a little plug out there. On November 1st, the state will be releasing letter grades from last year, and we poured our heart and soul quietly behind the scenes while publicly we were grappling with safety often last year. But that did not stop the Achievement Division, the work of teaching and learning, student and family services, from moving forward with progressing on our goals around student achievement. So I'm anxiously awaiting and hopeful that we break ground with some new A schools, such as, I'm just going to put them out in the universe now. Metro Tech, I'm hopeful, breaks into A status for the first time. I'm hopeful Franklin Police and Fire as well. These are schools that come within like millimeters each year. So, and I'm really hopeful for the rest of our campuses as well. Whatever those results will be, I'll bring you a trailer, sneak peak version at the November 2nd board meeting, and then a fuller version at a future board meeting. But again, hopefully this serves as a primer, because a lot of the letter grade data will show up today, and vice versa. There's slightly different business rules when the state aggregates it. They kind of shift it and standard deviation bell curve it a little bit, but all things considered, we upload quite a bit of this data to the state for letter grades, so I'm hoping this is a nice primer for what you will hear in the coming weeks statewide. So with that said, I would like to introduce our Chief Achievement Officer, Ms. Laura Tejas, as well as our Executive Director for Teaching and Learning, Mr. Tony Camp, and our Executive Director for Student and Family Services that oversees that counseling, FAFSA, post-secondary arm of achievement, Ms. Alyssa Tarkington, to engage us in an achievement discussion. Thank you.
Really quickly, thank you, Member Parra, for joining us. I just want to let the board know that we do have Member Parra with us.
Well, President Ross, members of the board, Superintendent Andrade, we are very excited, has been indicated, to have a discussion around achievement. And so we're going to do a little opening up activity. And so, Ms. Parra, we just appreciate your patience with us as we talk through the activity, and then we'll dive into some data points. So to get us started this morning, Mr. Camp, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tejas. Good morning, President Ross, board members, Ms. Andrade. I share that excitement, being the Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. I have to be reminded constantly that even though I live this stuff every day, I need to make sure and keep my pace even. So I did not drink 4 cups of coffee this morning. I only drank 2. I'm going to get us up and moving around for an opening activity that's going to help shape our thinking around how we look at achievement. It's going to involve you using your communication skills with other people in the room, and then it's going to kind of help us wrap that information together to sort of see how how data tells us a story about a state, about a district, about a school, about a student. And so I'm going to hand you a random picture, okay? I'm going to go over the rules here. I need to make sure I follow these rules to the T. I'm going to hand each of you a picture, and we're going to keep the picture face down, or I want to make sure that no one else but you can see your picture, okay? So during the activity, when you're communicating with other people in the room, you can describe your picture. You can listen to the other person's description of their picture, And you can look for some similarities in that pictures, look for differences, and then do the same thing with a couple other people in the room so you can kind of get your bearing, so to speak, as to where your picture relates or doesn't relate to other people. We're then going to determine kind of where we fit in that, and then sort of speak out loud together. So I'll use the microphone as we describe what we're looking at or ask you to help describe your picture, and then we're going to reflect on it before we move forward. So hopefully, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think I'm going to have probably 8 or 9 of us participate in it. So if I hand you a picture card, please participate. Some of us have done this before in our executive team retreat for various reasons. My wife, who's an assistant superintendent, uses it for various reasons in leadership. Today we're going to use it to prime us about student achievement. So when I hand you your picture, remember, are you going to show it to anybody else? Yes. I thought it was Miss Oliver that was going to give me the hard time this morning. She's warming up. Yeah. You're going to describe your picture, right? What you see and so on and so forth, okay? Go ahead and take a look at your picture. Details are important. Start to think of how you might describe what it is in your picture, and we're going to go ahead and get up now at this time and start picking a partner to discuss, find your bearings. Yes, the objective, again, thank you. The objective is to find where your picture relates in a story to others in the room. Yeah. You're going to try to line yourself up next to who you think your part of the story is similar to or close to. You should walk around because when they give you a description, you might want to go back to your picture and see if you have something like that in your picture. Okay? She's really following the directions. She doesn't want anybody to see her picture. Member Para, we apologize you're not here to participate in the picture activity. Right now, folks in the room are describing the pictures to each other to see how their pictures relate similarly or differently in terms of a story. so you can start giving partners hints as to who they may want to go talk to. Ms. Fernandez let Mr. Marquez know that he should go speak to Ms. Andrade. So you guys are starting to get together. You're starting to see similarities. I'm starting to hear terms like zoom in, zoom out. I said I'm starting to hear terms like zoom in or zoom out. Maybe just listen to what he says without talking to him.
But his voice irritates me.
But you sit next to him, aren't you?
I sit next to him to hurt him.
Oh. All right, you have about 1 minute left. Yeah. Okay. You're not? Okay. You might be. All right, so if we can all go into the center of the room, let's all go in the center of the room and see if we can line up. You really want to get it right. Go ahead and start lining yourselves up. See if we can start lining ourselves. Okay, let's try to line ourselves up as best we can. There are oftentimes we don't have all the time in the world to evaluate our data, and we'll do the best we can at lining ourselves up. So, Ms. Napa, you think you're in the right place here with Ms. Adams? Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see how we did. And I think we should start with President Ross. Yes, we think this is the end. Okay, so Ms. Robb, we're going to pass the microphone down and just kind of use a couple descriptive terms of how you found. No, you're fine. You are going to start. We are going to end up showing our pictures to everybody. But maybe use a couple, describe on the microphone like how you figured out that's where you were. And then we'll pass the mic.
So I'm assuming a view from the Earth way up in space. And so everyone kept talking about they're on Earth, or they at least have more Earth than this. And so I was like, I have to be the furthest away. It wasn't my thought. Or either the goal. So if they're on Earth, so either I'm the furthest away looking down, or they're looking up to, I don't know. You know what I mean? Yes, yes.
And we compared how much space we had in our picture, because we quickly realized we were space and Earth. And so I also have
the earth, but a little less space, so it's moving in.
And I am, it looks like in a spaceship, but just leaving the atmosphere, so I can see an airplane flying over the earth, but also just a little bit of the spaces.
It's right there.
Yeah. And who did I? Yeah, that's it.
And so I'm the airplane. I'm the airplane above the earth. I can't see any space, but I'm the airplane he sees.
I'm the closer airplane. So just a little bit closer.
No, I was adjusting based on descriptions. So we did based on descriptions. So we should have listened to Eileen. Is what I'm hearing. So my picture is inside of a cockpit with a pilot has hands on the controls. So I'm assuming I am in the air. I can also see a landmass of some kind and what appears to be a body of water.
I am closer to that body of water. It looks like I am flying. Either I am, well, now we know what it is, right? Were we in the right? No, it's getting closer and closer.
Yes, mine is actually on the island. I have individuals who are holding pieces of paper and looking either out or up, and you can see a boat in the water.
And I am holding an unopened letter on a beach, and it's postmarked from Arizona to a tribal chief, Solomon Islands, Australia.
I'm really excited because I just had an aha moment. Depends on how you spin it. So I will tell you that I am the mailman or mail person, courier, have a bag and a letter in my hand. And so I could be delivering mail, but I could also be picking up mail. No, so I think we're in the right order. I think we're in good order. Or if I delivered it, you could switch. It depends on the story. Depends on how you look at the data. Well, what if she was bringing me mail for me to take back?
If you could go back to your seats and we'll process this a little bit. Very good job. Did a very good job. And I like Ms. Tarkington's reflection. The closer you get in on a story, sometimes it just really depends on the perception of that story. And so we're going to do a little bit of reflection on here with a couple questions about this. But I want to ask one question first. Why do you think we started with this activity? And if you could go in the microphone, that'd be fantastic. But why do we think we started today's achievement discussion with an activity about pictures and a story? President Ross, please.
It seems like we each had a different view or perspective, and we weren't going to be able to get on the same page unless we shared our view or perspective with others.
Wonderful. Wonderful answer. Anybody else? So I'm going to ask us to, we don't all have to answer these questions, but when we do this, I'm sorry, Board Member Marquez, I apologize.
Yeah, I was just going to add, if you use it as an analogy for data, the data can look very different from where, if you're looking from outer space or if you're there on the island and can see the micro and macro lenses.
Very nice. Terms like macro, micro, I heard you use when you were describing zooming in, zooming out, so to speak. Very good. Perspective. Wonderful. The first question up here also helps to guide. When we did executive team, we had some more time with this activity, and we actually aligned it to our Enneagram types. And I know you all did the Enneagram activity, and you kind of know your strengths, your areas when it comes to communication and listening to feedback. But did anybody find anything frustrating about this activity? Was there anything frustrating to any of you about this activity? And not just board members, for those that are participating as well. Ms. Adams.
I will say what was frustrating to me was the lack of order in terms of us trying to talk to each other. I wanted to be like, oh, but I didn't get to talk to Eileen to know where she fits. But that's just a view of my own personal mind.
That's wonderful.
I like order.
We would hope that everyone in our institution can talk to each other about different levels of data. It's just difficult, especially when you have a time limit, right? Yes, Ms. President Ross.
I didn't understand, and this is not saying you did anything wrong. I didn't fully understand the goal. I didn't understand how much I could, how much detail I could go into describing my picture. And so I don't know, I think it was you, Thea. Thea was like, "Da-da-da," and I was like, whoa, that's a lot of detail. Like, I didn't know the rules or the parameters of like how to describe. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. Like when you play charades, you don't know what words you can or can't say, right? I wasn't very clear with the directions, and there was a reason for that.
Okay. Okay.
But
I didn't want you to feel like I was
worked
attacking
through that
you, so,
problem on
okay.
your own. That's great. That's great. And then when you heard another perspective, you're like, oh, wow, I can share a lot more.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, great. Anything you noticed or wondered when you working through the activity or you're talking to other people, or maybe even if we move to the third question, based on what your picture looked like in terms of the story, where do you think your picture fits in? If we start to reference it to student achievement now, student achievement from a state level, district level, school level, student level, where did your picture fit in that story? If we relate it to a story of student achievement, was it zoomed all the way in at the closest possible data points? Was it zoomed all the way out? I think Mr. Marquez was the one that had the picture that was zoomed all the way out, right? Oh no, it was President Ross. You two were both in space, but you both had a zoomed out image. When it comes to achievement data, I'd just like you to think about where in that story those pictures sort of represented when it comes to student achievement. So hopefully you found this activity at least connecting to what we want to get through today. You're going to see lots of different levels of data from an outside district lens, opportunities all the way up to a teacher lens or a PLC lens. So thank you for participating in. Yes, Mr. Marquez.
Yeah, as a board member, we might be looking at the data from, President Ross's picture or my picture, and it's hard to make sense of, what's happening in the classrooms at a particular high school. But I think once you get down to the last picture where you see the mail carrier or the piece of mail itself, as a piece of mail could be a test score on a particular test, it's hard for us at a board meeting to digest what is happening at the school level or classroom level or individual student level when we're getting, very comprehensive reports during a school board meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that perspective. Before I hand it over to Ms. Tejas, I'd like to use this diagram, and as you're looking at the quotes of these different educators at different levels within the institution, these are the types of questions that we want our educators to ask about our students or about our achievement data as a whole. And based on the level of questioning or the level of depth that those questions go into about a student, you probably could make an assumption as to which of those four adults is a classroom teacher. Which of those four adults might be a board member or a superintendent or a campus principal. And so based on the use of data, different levels of educators within the institution obviously use data for different reasons. And we ultimately want to get everyone to get down to that bottom line, which is how is the student? How are they doing? How's the story? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Tejas, and I appreciate your participation in that activity.
Well, good morning. Well, let's try that again. Good morning. We had a lot of great energy when you guys were up moving around. Good morning. Thank you. Well, I am really excited to be able to continue our conversation, and I wanted to start today with our why. So, Tony, if you could advance to the next slide. I want to talk to you about Anna, and I know this is really small, but you can see it on your screens, and I'm just, if you'll indulge me, going to read you Anna's little quip here. So my name is Ana Diogratias. I moved to the United States from Tanzania at the age of 9 with both of my parents, 6 siblings, and 1 cousin. When I went to high school, I was a very shy person, and I just wanted to go to school and come back home when I was done. My mindset changed once I started in AVID. AVID is something that changed my life forever, along with my AVID teacher, Miss Rita Lopez, who God blessed me with, and my peers. I began to join clubs, play sports, and be an active student. I think one of the biggest things that AVID helped me accomplish is having faith and confidence in myself. And with the help of AVID and other extracurricular activities that I did, I was able to graduate high school with scholarships that are helping me pay for my post-secondary education at Arizona State University. The only thing I can say that I will forever be grateful for is what North High School teachers and my friends did for me, because they gave a young African girl a chance to shine. This is why we do what we do as educators. So as we take a look at that example, this is all the way down to the student level, or that letter that's in the hand, or the post that's getting ready to go out. So today, we have some goals for you. Really want you to understand the breadth and the depth associated with the data that we're going to be reviewing. I will also say, Mr. Marquez, to your point earlier, it's a lot to try and digest in any single space. So please know that Mr. Camp and myself are happy to meet with you individually or in small groups. If you see something that captures your attention and you like to dive into it a little bit deeper, please feel free to reach out to us to be able to do that. You'll see that we have lots of different ways to define student achievement, and you heard Ms. Andrade reference earlier that part of what we want from you as a board is, are we looking at the right things? And so being able to provide that level of feedback is going to be very valuable for us. We're really proud about our college and career readiness. That's one of our goals, right? We want our kiddos to leave us college, career, and life ready. And so we've had multiple measures around that. You're going to be seeing some of those today in different lenses and settings. We're also going to be exploring graduation and dropout rates and how those two correlate together, some glows and some grows in that area. And then finally, per the board's request, we're going to dive into taking a look at the state of special education in Phoenix Union, and again, some glows and some grows. Okay, if you will take a look at your black folders, and Ms. Para, I believe that these were emailed to you so you can follow along. In Phoenix Union, we look at several different data points. So if you look there on the right-hand side, you will see in the black and the red a snapshot of Phoenix Union as a district, and then you'll see every single school in Phoenix Union behind that. These are the current measures that we use as a district. So I'm going to give you a minute to look at that, and then I'm just going to walk you through what it is that you're seeing very quickly. So the two that I have up on the screen are for Camelback High School and for Franklin. You can take a look at those with me, or you can settle in on the district data, or maybe pick a school that's in your ward. The data is laid out the same. So I'm just going to walk you through what you're seeing on your sheets very quickly. So I'm going to start in the upper corner on the left-hand side. These are our college enrollment, 1 year post-high school graduation. And then the pie chart that you see there is where are those graduates going to school. So it looks a little bit different, and you'll see on Franklin's as an example that we don't have any students that are going to NAU. But if you look at Camelback's graph, you'll see that there are students that are going to NAU. So this is really based, again, 1 year post-graduation, where are kiddos going to school. Next to that, you'll see scholarship totals. So something that we're very proud about is we help our students complete FAFSA. That's a grueling process if you haven't had that experience recently, just to be honest. And so we find that that added level of support for our students and families is very necessary. We also recognize that many of our families need help, financially speaking, to be able to get kiddos to go to high school. And Ms. Tarkington's going to talk to us a little bit later today. So those scholarships matter, so we track that. Continuing along with college readiness, you'll see below that graphs associated with AP, honors, IB, and dual enrollment. To right of that, you're going to see advanced placement. Those are those AP tests. You heard about Anna's story. She's an avid kiddo. AP and avid work hand in hand. Continuing with college and career readiness, you'll see CTE, or career and technical education courses. On the left-hand side is really the number of offerings. But more importantly, on the right-hand side is how many kiddos are actually completing that to a level of certification. So a 1 or 2 year program that allows them to graduate with a certification in whatever area of expertise. Below that, you'll see benchmarks for ACT. So you might not know that our freshmen take ACT. That's actually called Aspire. And then to the right of that, that college entrance exam that students take their junior year, the ACT. And we're going to be diving into that in a little bit more detail shortly. And then the last two at the bottom of the page are our graduation rates. 4 year, we're going to dive into 4 year and 5 year because we have some students that just need a little bit of extra time. And then our dropout rates. And the comparison for graduation and dropout are the campus average or the district average, depending on which graph you're looking at, in comparison to the state. And we're going to be diving into that data a little bit deeper just so that you can see how we look at that. So I'm going to give you just a couple more minutes to look at that. I'm going to turn it over to Tony for just a second. As you heard, we're getting ready to get our letter grades from the state. They're not quite ready yet, but we want to make sure that you at least at this point have a level of awareness of how you looked at the data on the report cards and how that relates to what we will be sharing with you soon.
Yeah, just a real, I'm sorry,
I
go ahead.
apologize.
President Ross.
Before we transition, may I ask a question, or do we save questions for end? This isn't established, and so I just want to
Sure.
Disrupt.
If
Is
it's
it
a quick,
questions
if
at
it's
the
a
end?
quick question, I'm happy to answer it. If it's something we're going to get to, then I'll let you know that as well. So go for it.
I'm looking at school campuses, and I'm not seeing for several of the campuses, like, it's not drastically different. And so I'm wondering, like, how data is collected. So that may be a question for later.
Yeah, we'll dive into that a little bit later. So we do make an effort. I'll use IB, AP, dual enrollment as an example, to identify those courses and then pull that state up, that information up to the state level and also at the district level, so we can track the number of students that are enrolled. We can correlate that to their scores. So it kind of depends on the data set, but we do collect that information.
President Ross, members of the board, thank you for your question. I think as I just briefly talk about the state accountability measurements versus these report cards, which these are our internal Phoenix Union report cards. As we move throughout today and even future conversations with achievement, if we feel as a governing board and executive team that there are other measurements that are important to us as a school district, as an LEA, we can adjust this report card to better reflect what our priorities are as a governing board and executive team to give the best story of a school or the district in a snapshot, right? Because this is zoomed way out, right? But very good question. And just to talk about this briefly, what you see on the screen here you have seen before. You have the traditional model on the left, the alternative school model on the right. Most of the categories that you see up here, we're actually going to be diving into a little bit today. We will not have time to dive into English learners today. That's a whole separate conversation with detail, but the college and career readiness, we'll even start talking about subgroups a little bit, graduation and proficiency. So you'll see those there. And as Ms. Andrade stated earlier, The State Board of Ed is voting end of October for a November 1st release, and we'll be bringing that information to you in detail, and I believe Ms. Andrade even said a sneak peek. So I would like to then turn it back over to Laura for yet another activity we're going to ask you to engage in.
Okay, great. So let's talk about why we assess and how we assess. So assessment comes in the how in two forms: of learning and for learning. Anybody that's a big fan of farm to table in here? I see a couple of heads shaking their head, yes. So we're really going to talk about assessment for learning in terms of how do we make adjustments, how do we grow. So once you plant that seed, if you grow a garden or if you're a farmer, you're planting that seed, you're beginning to grow whatever that crop is or that food item. You make all the necessary adjustments. Does it need additional fertilization? Does it need more water? Does it need less water? Does it need more sunlight? Does it need less sunlight? How do different elements affect that? That's all related to adjustments that you're making while you're growing that. So when we assess students for learning, we're trying to figure out what their needs are, where those gaps are, and making all the necessary adjustments. And that continues for a period of time till you're ready for harvest. And then you move to that final product, okay, that buffet, if you will, or if you're into showing stuff off at the state fair season right now, so where you're setting things out for display and you're really getting to show off or reap the rewards of all of the work that you've done. And that final product is an assessment of learning. You don't get to send it back at that point, right? You're not going to replant it, but you're going to get to enjoy that harvest. So assessment for learning and assessment of learning. Think of the farm to table. You're growing, you're growing, you're growing until you're ready for that final product and that celebration. So we're going to engage in an activity and we're going to pair you up. We're going to give you a column that's assessment for learning. In other words, what are we doing to grow? And then an assessment of learning. What is that final product? Now, don't worry, this is not a quiz. We're not grading you. We just want to give you an opportunity to look at some education terms and be able to think through the lens of a teacher and a student what you might be experiencing in assessment. So does everybody have access to the chart and an envelope? Okay. So take a look at your sheet and open up your envelope. You're going to read your different descriptors, and then you're going to decide, is this assessment for learning? In other words, we're growing the student, or is it an assessment of learning? It's a final product. And Tony and I are around to phone a friend in case you want clarification. I'm just going to fully own that it is a lot of education ease in that space. And so we'll take care of this in just a few minutes. Okay, if you haven't started putting down different ideas on your paper, please do so. And again, we're not grading you on this. I'm just trying to have a little fun. So again, for learning, thinking about what you're doing to grow kiddos, and then of learning, what is that final product? I know you're going to feel rushed, but I'm going to give you just a couple of more minutes on this. Okay, we're going to ask that you take about another minute. Now you know how some of our students feel, right? Those time-bound tests, they're stressors. Okay, I'm going to ask that you wrap up your conversations. Yes, it is. Okay, we are actually going to use this for learning because we're going to continue to grow you in your knowledge and understanding of assessment. So don't stress. All right. I'm just going to have you do, as a partner or an individual, depending on how you did the activity, a quick check for your learning. So I'm going to give you the answers associated with this. All right, so let's take a look at the for column first. So check your answers. Okay, formative, again, for learning. We're growing students, we're informing. So keep at the top there, inform, teaching, and learning. So take a look at what you organized for your words. Specific, immediate, and actionable feedback. Again, we're growing kids. Process of continuously gathering evidence of student learning. Student and classroom centered. And then what's next for the students in terms of learning. And it's okay if you missed a few. Again, we're using this to inform our instruction and learning with you today. All right, so let's take a look at the summative. It's pretty much everything that's left, right? So we evaluate the learning relative towards the learning standards or goals. It's an overall description of the student learning status. It's statewide district or classroom standardized assessments. It's school district or state centered. And then the question is to what extent did our students meet their learning standards? Now again, I fully recognize that we have a ton of education ease in this. Don't worry, we're not done. We have much more coming to you. To try and make it a little bit easier, we did hand out like a glossary of terms. So as we're talking through a lot of different acronyms, you'll have something to reference back to. And it's also okay to stop us and be like, wait, what was that again? Just because, again, we recognize it's a ton of education ease. All right, next slide there, please, Mr. Kemp. All right. So we're going to talk through different types of educational assessments, and I'm going to turn it over to Tony.
Thank you, Ms. Tejas. Ms. Ceballos did hand out one of our first handouts to you, so I'm going to ask that you go to that real quick. It's a sort of glossary of PXU assessments. Okay? That is one thing that we have an abundance of in education is tests, assessments. You're gonna see, I'm gonna take you on a road trip here in a little bit. But before we do that, the first thing I'd like to do is have you turn, and I realized with my assistant making these copies that the yellow is actually called buff. So if you could turn to the buff pages, I like saying that word, buff. And the third term that's on there is just a general term for assessment. You did a really quick activity about different types of assessment, assessment for learning and of learning. But this is just a glossary of terms and also sort of a glossary of the types of assessments that we have here in the district. So please refer to that throughout the day. We use way too many acronyms in education, and so hopefully that's to help. But do you all recognize any of these assessments that are popping up on the screen? Maybe when you were a high school student and you absolutely hated writing essays, I bet you were saying, I wish I had ChatGPT at the time, you know? Any of these assessments that you maybe don't recognize or you've heard more recently? Most of them, right? The bold ones are sort of from the state, right? And the non-bolded ones are LEAs or districts. Actually, ACT should be bolded, so it's kind of difficult to see it. You see civics test. You may be familiar with the federal requirement for civics test. You see a plethora of exams that our kids experience. A lot of these are classroom-based. They happen in the classroom, right? You don't have a separate bell schedule to do testing throughout the day. These are classroom-based. And what I would like to discuss briefly is the importance of using multiple points of data when finding out a story. And this is sort of how I want to illustrate this when it comes to triangulating data to make data-informed decisions. Triangulation means that we seek 3 or more supporting pieces of information from different sources to look for commonalities. Research recommends that you use more than one piece of data. And we also will discuss a little bit later this morning periodic or measure of academic progress data. The classroom level assessments there on the bottom left, those are all handled by teachers, whether whether it's a quiz, an exit ticket, you know, an anticipatory set, those types of things. And I'd like to use this iceberg as an analogy of a student. If you're familiar with the iceberg that sank the Titanic, right? They didn't see a whole lot of the iceberg. The majority of this object is under the water. And I would like you to picture this triangulation of data as what we can see. Thank you. Triangulation of data, what we can see in the student when they're in our classroom with assessment results. All the stuff under the water that sometimes is even more important is what we can't always see when we have assessments. Students' safety, well-being, feeling of comfort, feeling of being welcomed, you know, all those have a factor in what the top part looks like. So I'm going to take you down a road trip to actually experience what our students go through in a given year when it comes to assessments. All right? We know there are different types. There are summative, formative, or assessment of and assessment for. So this is a year in the life of a freshman. Our 9th grade students get tested quite a bit. I want to make sure you understand that the red colored ones, which you see MAP or Phoenix Union tests, those are all classroom-based tests. The teachers do those in the classroom after a unit. The NWEA or MAP growth, that is an adaptive test that we have recently used to measure growth, and I will talk about that. But the blue ones are basically those state exams, okay? You see COGAT for freshmen there in October. Bless you. And in March are where the majority of our state assessments are, okay? So that's sort of the roadmap of a freshman. And as I flip, it's going to go to the roadmap of a sophomore, and the tests that change will change on the roadmap. So if you can see, it removed the COGAT, and it changed the Aspire to the pre-ACT, same month, right? Again, statewide tests. This is when we have to adjust our bell schedules, because proctoring and administering these exams is quite in-depth. And then you see, obviously, everybody has a final exam at the semesters, which are our district exams. Now, here's the junior, and these, if there's one student that we just nail with tests, it's juniors. It's juniors students, or 11th graders. There you see the civics test. We actually give that within our classroom, so they have multiple opportunities to do it. This next year, the civics test is now requiring a 70% proficiency instead of a 60% proficiency, but it's still 100 questions. And each state gets to determine what they use for that. It's a federal requirement. We use our citizen test for Arizona. It's that test, 100 questions. And then you see there the ACT. Even though AP exams you see on junior and senior, they are accessible to freshman and sophomore students, but research shows when the maturity level and the academic level of students are, most of our students take AP exams in junior and senior year. I just switched to seniors, and so you see it's a little bit lighter for seniors, but you also see AP and IB, there on the side. Are you all familiar with NAEP? NAEP is a national normed reference test, and each year certain schools within districts are chosen randomly. We happen to have 4 schools this year that are chosen. When I was the principal at Trevor Brown, it seemed like Trevor Brown was selected every year, but this year, academies at South Mountain, Central, Fairfax, and Maryville are doing NAEP tests, so it's not everybody. And so that's just sort of the big picture of exams for all of our students. And I am going to, again, flip it back to Ms. Tejas about the conversation of why we assess kids so much.
So we've learned a little bit about the how, so let's talk about the why. So there are 3 primary reasons that we assess. So we talked about this a little bit earlier when we gave the farm to table example, right? So to diagnose needs, in other words, what does the student need? What do they already know? Every student is unique. They come with different background, different experiences, different levels of proficiency. So we really need to understand what that is when they come to us. We use that information then to inform instruction. So this is really the art, the science, and the magic of teaching. This allows teachers to figure out what students know, what they're able to do, and where adjustments need to be made, where gaps need to be filled in. So informing that instruction. And then, as you've heard, the state in particular uses it for accountability. So we have obviously a moral and ethical obligation to educate our students, and the state uses that accountability to hold us to a standard, right? So this is why we assess. So let's take a look at what we do in Phoenix Union versus what the state does very quickly. So I'm hoping you see the shift in the size of the circles, because here in Phoenix Union, we prefer to focus on diagnosing the needs of our students, using that information then to inform our instruction, again, growing kids, because we firmly believe that if we take care of these 2 areas, the accountability piece will take care of itself. Okay? Go ahead. Okay, I want you to think for just a minute about a time where you had to learn something new. Maybe it was a language, maybe it was to drive, maybe I don't know, riding a bike, skateboarding. You had to learn to do something new. So I want you to think about that for just a second. Everybody have something in mind? Okay, let's put some numbers up. If this was your percent chance of being successful, whatever that new thing was, how confident would you be? Not very, right? Those are not high percentages. So sadly, this is where we're going to be very transparent and vulnerable with you. We've got some work to do in Phoenix Union, because these percentages are based on ACT scores and where we see the percent of students district-wide who are proficient in these different areas. So you can see the 6% for science, the 1% for STEM, 19% for English, 13% for reading, and then the English language arts, this is the English plus the reading plus the writing put together, and then the STEM is the math and the science put together. So we've got some work to do as we're taking a look at what our numbers and our data are showing us. This is a benchmark that the state holds us to, but you know what? Just to be honest, this is a benchmark we hold ourselves accountable to. If we're producing college and career-ready graduates, we need to do better in this area. So I'm going to turn it over to Tony because now we're going to start really getting in the data, taking a look at what it is. We're going to take a look at individual areas. We're going to take a look at subgroups, et cetera. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Camp.
Thank you, Ms. Tejas. Ms. Ceballos is handing out this chart up here. We did not want your eyes to cross as you're looking up at the screen, so we wanted to hand this out to you, and so you can kind of take a look at it. This amount of data in one page could take us hours to look through, and I just wanted you to think about the activity we did at the beginning, the Zoom activity. Like what layer, right? What level of zooming in to our ACT results are we looking at here? And so I want to kind of just describe what we see. These happen to be all of our schools over here on the left, okay? I want to focus you all the way on the bottom. And if you have a highlighter device in your little tray or a pen or something, maybe just make a little note on the bottom because that's the district's average there, PXU. And those are the numbers that Ms. Tejas put up on the screen, which is even a further zoomed out lens. And as you start to zoom in by school, you can see some differences in various proficiency scores of our kids. If you notice that the year 2020 and 2021 are not on there, can anybody take a guess as to why? Yeah, COVID. Thanks, COVID. And so we did test students in 2021, but we were kind of half back, right? It wasn't a good number of students to get an accurate measurement as a district. Those kids that still felt they needed it and get in college came, we offered it to students, but people were still afraid to come back to school. And so that number we don't use when we try to compare apples to apples. So you can kind of consider the blue column pre-COVID, and then the yellow right after, and the green even right after that. I'm going to point out those years in a little bit when it comes to freshman credit current because it's also eye-opening. And I'm just going to ask that you look at this for a minute or two, and I'm going to continue to ask you questions throughout some data today, and we need to speed up a little bit because I'm knowledgeable of the time. What do you notice and what do you wonder when you start to look at this data? What do you notice? Maybe between schools. What do you notice between years? And what do you wonder? And Ms. Tejas reminded us that the math and the science equate to a STEM rating, and then the English and the reading with writing is equivalent to ELA. In case you're wondering why we only have 2 years of the ELA, is because after 2019, when it became a state-mandated test, they also required writing. We have been a district choice testing for ACT for many years, but when that writing exam was required by the state, it included that extra score. Any wonders? Any notices? Anything you wonder? Anything you notice? Again, this is all students at those schools for that school year. Pretty low, we acknowledge that. We're being transparent with our data. This is one measurement of our students. President Ross, you have a thought? Would you mind sharing with us?
It's not necessarily about the data presented. It's actually in reference to what Ms. Tejas said when she was presenting, when she said we also hold ourselves accountable to this. I, as a student, did poorly or my score was low on the ACT, but I was in AP class. I just did not. And so my thought process is how do we as a district, and then you kind of hit on it, Mr. Camp, a little bit when you said we have other measures of assessment, because if we just went by my ACT score, it would seem like my school was failing me, but my school wasn't failing me because my grades were good. I was understanding. I went to nerdy math and science camp like I was that kid. I just did not do well on standardized tests. I also did poorly on GRE, another subject. And so I see these numbers and they're low, which can be alarming, but also from personal history, I know that it doesn't always mean that we should be alarmed.
Thank you very much for that, President Ross. I wonder what added some anxiety or stress to you when you took the ACT exam. If you take a look, maybe not today, but at a different time, on our PXU assessments, and you look at ACT, it helps to describe that test. And one of the first columns that it identifies is it's a summative test, and it's also timed. And that timed testing strategy is something that our kids struggle with as well. So thank you for pointing that out. I too did not do very well on the ACT exam, but I turned out okay. I think. That's still up for discussion. Anything else before we move to the next data table? Because I'd like to see if anyone wonders what this looks like by subgroup. And so if you turn to the second page of your handout, you'll see this slide here. And we actually broke those down, again, not by school yet, but just by district. That bottom line, that bottom district average line on the previous data table now breaks this down by subgroup. And this is equally alarming. And it is past time that we focus more and more on our subgroups when it comes to all measurements, not just one, but all measurements. Anything you notice or anything you wonder about this slide here with subgroups? How are males doing versus female? President Ross?
My apologies. I'm not a fan of words that minimize groups of people. I don't have a better word for you, just me nitpicking. I'm not a fan of minority. I'm not a fan of subgroup. That's all. That's it. But I don't have a better word for you. But I understand what you're saying, and I apologize for interrupting you.
No, not at all. Thank you. I appreciate that perspective.
Clerk Napa.
Looking at these numbers, I definitely see gaps in achievement when we look at math and science versus English and reading. Across the board, English, all of these numbers feel incredibly low to me. However, the math, science, and STEM, that also feels like red flag. I am not surprised females are slightly outperforming males in English and reading, and not exactly surprised either. Males are slightly outperforming females as well. Overall, PXU, again, these numbers are eye-opening.
President Ross, Clerk Napa, thank you very much for that observation. In some, one gender is performing better, and in others it's different. And so it's important to take a look at that holistically, and even by school if that's the same or different. But thank you for those observations.
Mr. Camp?
Yes, sir.
Madam President. Just to President Ross's point, I just wonder, since words matter, if maybe a better way to say it is just disaggregated by population. That way it's not subgroups or minority groups, because seems like there's all populations represented on there. And then I guess what I wonder when I look at these, I guess spreadsheets, by high school or overall or disaggregated by student population, is how do we determine sort of school by school goals for the next school year, and then what are the hypotheses and for interventions to move us towards those goals, and how are we calculating sort of the financial investments to work towards those goals when we look at this data?
President Ross, Board Member Marquez, thank you very much. Very good point and segue to even bring us moving forward. Our schools not only develop annual integrated action plans, but we're also actually going through a Cognia accreditation process right now. And our campus leadership teams have looked through this data based on their site and have set goals within their IAP on what interventions they need to work harder on, what curricular supports they need to provide, and annually even, and I appreciate the word, by the way, Mr. Marquez, about disaggregating the data. I'm hopeful that the state follows the same pattern that we do when it comes to start breaking and disaggregating data down, because some of our schools are actually in CSI, it's called, or continuous school improvement for certain subgroups or certain categories within disaggregated data. So that's going to move us to, thank you again. That's going to move us to this next slide here, which again is just a reminder briefly where ACT sits in this triangulation of data, right? It's a state annual test very top. It's just 1 point. And I appreciate President Ross and everyone else's comments that this is not the only measurement of success that we use for our students in Phoenix Union. Speaking of another measurement, and this will be yet another handout because of all the detailed data, we, as you know, have implemented freshman houses across the district to better help and support our students as they come in as ninth graders. And our data over the years actually is what helped us to be informed and make this decision about freshman houses. Ms. Andrade was the pioneer of getting that going here in the district, and I really appreciate that because I was a principal at Trevor Brown when she advocated for additional supports at the freshman level. And I don't know if this handout's been given to you yet, but I'll ask that you see it. Yep, so you have it in front of you. And it's titled Phoenix Union 7-Year Trend Data for the percent of students who earned or credit current for their freshman year. I'm going to do a quick lesson on your graduating class. Everybody knows what their graduating class was, right? 94 right here. Yeah, you don't have to say it out loud. I don't want to get kicked out of this meeting. You're my comfort. You're my visual comfort, Miss Oliver. Yeah. So, you know, the class of 1994, it's like tattooed on you when you get into school, that is the cohort you belong to, right? And so what you see up here is a measurement, a 7-year trend data of our students when they were freshmen and what their class was. And so a little quiz, can you please tell me which class is this year's seniors? This year's seniors that are going to walk across that stage in May. They are the class of 2024. Do you see anything noticeable about the overall data at the bottom? You see that?
That's a huge gap. We're going 92 to 88, 30 to 22, 73 to 56, 72 to 57. Yeah, large gap.
I keep forgetting about the microphone. Those students, where were those students when COVID hit?
They were freshmen or... Yeah.
8th grade and freshman year,
yeah.
Right? 8th grade and freshman year. And so as you tell the story, right, or as you're learning the story, it's not always clean, cut, and dry. You have to really dig down into it. That took a hit on all of our schools, but as you can see, we quickly recovered, provided more supports, more interventions, and opportunities. And you can see that we're kind of getting back on track with those freshman classes. Anything you wonder or anything you notice about this data? And I would just like to say a huge shout out to Ms. Tarkington and the Student Family Services team for freshman supports and that just continuous effort toward freshman success with our kids. It's working. President Ross.
So there's a lot of data, and I may have gotten lost in it, so I just want to make sure I understand. So is there, in all of this you've given us, is there data to say we started out with our kids, this many kids on track in 2023, 2021, or whenever they graduated 4 years later, and this is how many actually, so like clear, was that one of these that I missed?
No, yeah, you're looking through another lens, right?
Okay.
Yep, you zoomed in again. Very good. Okay. And you have to consider all of it. And so what makes you wonder is I want to look at some other data, right? because you want more of a story. Yeah, very good. That's awesome. Good. Miss Andrade, please.
And I just want to recognize that while there are significant gaps in the class of 2024, that's not to say that through ESSER funds, learning loss, tutoring, extra point twos, virtual learning opportunities, on and on and on to really, we don't just say, okay, now you're a sophomore, bye. Freshmen's got intense support, but that will continue on. So, because again, there are the data points of graduation and making it through. So we continue to track, especially that cohort, because we know that they were the biggest impacted.
So just so I'm understanding these numbers, we're looking at the freshman class history of the credits earned, high school credits earned, passing with a D or higher.
President Ross, Clerk Napa, thank you for the clarifying question. I'm absolutely happy to explain, and then Ms. Tarkington can also help me explain. Right now, we measure freshmen after they finish their first year as being credit current if they have 5.5 or more credits. It's important to also understand that right now when we look at that, there's more to graduation requirements than just the number of credits they receive, 22 being how many they need, but there are certain credits in math and English that are needed as well. And right now, this is just a measurement of total number of credits. As we get better at this work, as we identify on track to graduation, those of course could change as we get better and we zoom in more. Ms. Tarkington, did you want to add anything here? Okay.
You're doing great.
Okay, thank you. And so, you take 22 divided by 4, they considered 5.5. How many credits can they get at one school year? And all of those factors. So it's kind of a basis to start where our kids showing up. And I actually would like to move to this slide as well, because this is how we started this school year in terms of that same type of measurement for on track versus behind. And so not just freshmen, but our sophomores, juniors, and seniors are on the graph, and then we actually added 12 pluses or super seniors. There's a lot of different terms that are not always the best for our seniors, but our seniors, they needed an extra year because they didn't meet those graduation or transition requirements. And so you'll see that on track percentage and behind, and I believe. President Ross.
Mr. Kemp, do we have, I'm very pleased to know that we're tracking our other students, not just freshmen, so that makes me very happy. But for our students, so we have this data, and my brain goes, because I'm a problem solver, now what? And I know you're giving us an overview, but if you could just briefly, yes or no, to make it easy and short, do we currently have resources and things in place for our behind category, for our students who, yes?
Thank you, President Ross. Happy to jump in and answer that question, but that is why we look at the credit, we call it the credit currency, or the on track to graduation rates every year. So while we have structures to really try to support on the front end freshmen, because research says, again, that the further you get behind in freshman year, so that would be things like we used to call them evening classes, but additional coursework that they can take. So some of our ingenuity coursework, we can have some concurrent enrollment with our digital classes, and then tutoring that the Teaching and Learning division has made sure that's accessible 24 hours a day. So
now that you said that, and thank you, you refreshed my memory that we do that. That's how my nephew made it by on the skin of his teeth, as he was doing concurrent online. So I needed that refresher. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, President Ross, for the question, and Ms. Tarkington for helping me with the answers. Yes, lots of different opportunities, summer schools as well. And so looking at the time, I want to move forward just a little bit more. Again, to reiterate what Ms. Tejas said earlier, while we pay attention to accountability measures from the state with our students, one of the main reasons why we assess students is to inform instruction, to be able to do something about it before it's too late. Whether that's concept recovery so they don't fail the class to begin with, to keep them on track as much as possible. What I would like to do now, and I'm going to speed this one up because this is another type of assessment that we, post-COVID, added into our menu of assessments. As we know, we really needed to identify learning loss or where students fell behind, what COVID did to us. And we realized that we did not have a interim assessment that actually measures growth. As we look at grades, and if I switch back on here, all of these data points here are related to grades that the students receive. And as we work harder and harder with teachers to make grading practices more equitable, right now grades are somewhat arbitrary. You know, in all transparency, you know, there are some teachers that assess in various ways, and a lot of that sometimes can look like what the student does versus what the student learned. So if I just complete these tasks, if I bring in a box of Kleenexes or things of that nature and get some extra credit, it's not really what I learned, it's what I did or what I completed. So we're working hard as well on that, is to make our grading practices more equitable so that this data is a little more accurate. But we did need to determine the best way to show growth on the individual student level, whether the student was considered below grade level, at or above. We still want to be able to measure their growth. And so we implemented NWEA. It's a measurement of academic progress assessment tool. And I just kind of explained some of it in terms of the history. And it supports our commitment to a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So we will be using the results of these fall, winter, and spring tests to measure our overall growth of all students, yeah. And I could spend 2 days on a workshop and barely even touching what the capabilities are with NWEA. It can be a bit scary at first, and so we are easing into this implementation within the district. The best way I could put the way that NWEA is used, it's something called a RIT score, but the best way to talk about it is in terms of percentile. So raise your hand if you have a child. If you have a child, everybody, almost everybody. And so remember when they were young and you would bring them to the doctor's office and they would tell you they are this percentile for height. Yeah, they are this percentile for weight. And if you heard a low percentile, you're like, oh no, you know. But then when you went back the next month or next year, whatever, and they kind of increased because you fed them different food or something, or you stretched them out, and you felt a little better, right? So you always want to see maybe that above that 50 percentile, but it's that bell curve. It's the bell curve of all data and where they fall. Ms. Andrade.
Well, I just want to jump in and talk about, this is the one test that can't be given with paper and pencil. And the reason is it's adaptive. And so it really does meet the student where they're at. If they start to get a lot wrong, the computer system, the algorithm shifts it back. And so, again, it would be hard to cheat because your neighbor is not on the same screen as you. It's not a paper and pencil. This, you know, tell me what you know based on these. It's going to move, and it might show us that, hey, you're kind of landing closer to 5th, 6th grade level, but then you grew to 7th grade or 8th grade level. So it meets every kid where they're at. And if you get so many right, at a certain point it shuts off, I think, and it's just ready to calculate. So I think that's a really unique feature to it, and it has to be done on a computer because it's adaptive. And every student, yes.
Which is difficult for teachers. Oh, it's plenty, but it's really hard to pack in with the number of days we have to actually teach in between, right? And to see the importance of the data is what will really continue to gain buy-in from teachers. Miss Andrade, I'm like the science person, in case you don't know that. And so brain research is really something that interests me. And what she was describing was something called the zone of proximal development. It's the sweet spot for a kid. And what that means is productive struggle is good, but tremendous struggle is not. And so it finds that sweet spot, which is the balance between productive struggle and maximizing their potential for learning. And the more teachers understand where that is for their students, the better they can differentiate and teach. I'm sorry.
I just have a lot of questions, sorry. And I know we're cognizant of time. I'll be quick. What do we do with this data?
Very good. And so after the next couple slides, if you still have that question, please ask. We are just scratching the surface on what we can do with this data. There are a couple of our principals that are further ahead with its use than others, which is fine. And we use them as sort of, trainers of trainers, but we are providing as much training as possible from our content specialists down to our instructional leaders, down to our professional learning communities. Because if our PLCs can use this data with their kids and actually identify which kids are high achievement but low growth, what's going on with those students? We're not enriching them enough, maybe? Low achievement but high growth, and then in between those factors. So that's just scratching the surface on what we do with this data. If I can use that to kind of transition here, I don't know if you recognize this slide, but we did a retreat a couple years ago about achievement, and we talked just a little bit about NWEA just coming on board and sort of balancing our scale of summative versus formative assessments. It's a bit more balanced now because we have the capability to do this in a formative way. And so to your question, this slide right here shows our initial year's work, which was last year. So last year is when we started testing all students, all grade levels. You'll see the percent testing here up on the slide. I'm going to have to switch to the portable here. And so if 90% of the students take it in the fall, but only 50% of them take it in the spring, you can't compare growth. And sometimes it's not even 50% of students you can compare because it may not be the same percent, like the 10% that missed in the fall may be in that 50%. So when you have two matching scores is when you can start to measure that growth. Like to Ms. Andrade's point, it's adaptive. And so these percentages here show by school what percent tested we had to measure that growth. And I wish that the rainbow slide was here because positive numbers are a good indication of growth. Remember the zoom in, zoom out lens? This is all 4 grade levels. So it really isn't telling us as much as we would want to know if we want to see how are our freshmen growing? How are our sophomores growing? If you want to look at that, you zoom in at another level. And then you want to see algebra kids. Down to the classroom level. Campuses can start to see effectiveness of teachers at the teacher level. And so the capabilities of NWEA is amazing. And this is actually the fall results, so you can see that there's a lot more buy-in now with percent numbers of testing. You can see here, these are some just numbers that I don't have time to go into today, but the RIT growth is an indicator of where they are comparatively to their peers. And when we compare them to our peers, it's not just Phoenix Union. It's it's about 3.2 million tests across the nation of districts that are using NWEA. So it's comparative. And the reason why I wanted to show this is mainly because of the percent tested. This year it's become much more inclusive and more including more students. Ms. Andrade.
I may be speaking, if we go back 2 slides, there was a graph on the left-hand side. One more. That report, I find that same report, you could be looking at it as a math PLC. You could be looking at it as an individual child sent home to the parents or a parent conference. But the idea being it measures the growth from year to year and the triangle where they are and then where they ended up.
Yes, so I think we used this to give props to Carl Hayden's math team that year. Out of 360 freshmen that tested, this is their projected growth, and this is the actual growth that they made. And so it shows as a PLC how well they did within that group of students. And then you can break it down by each teacher as well. But very good point. Thanks for pointing that out. Ms.
Do
President
we
Ross.
have, because this sounds amazing. It seems like we need a specific data team to just like be able to comb into it, to break it down. Yeah, do we have that so that we can then, and I'm not saying let's spend more money. I'm just trying to understand. I just want to make sure we are this sounds like it's a great tool, but it's useless if we don't use it to its full capacity. And so that's basically my question is like, do we have the resources? Are we using it to its full capacity? Because the idea of breaking it down by teacher even, that's freaking amazing. But then are we? And then if we do, what are we doing with that data?
President Ross, thank you. I'm glad you're excited about it. So are we. It's a bit overwhelming at times for those practitioners that have to be data technicians and teachers and ILs and PLC facilitators. We do have data coaches in the district. We already have those positions that are diligently working on this. Yeah, not enough is needed, but a lot of times our educator mentors that are on our campus have to become the trainers of this information as well. And so the best ability that we have, and that's why it's going to take some time, because it does take time and persistence to make sure that the teachers see the value in this data. And after this first year, there are campuses that are using it quite well, and others that are just starting to learn how. Thank you. Again, this could be a workshop for 2 days about NWEA. This here just shows an example, and this isn't even all of them, but this shows a different example of different reports from the data for district users, for school administrators, and even down to the teachers. And it breaks down classroom assessment results. It's just amazing the types of reports that you can pull from here. Bless you. This one here actually breaks it down by standard and what percent of the students in their class are proficient on that standard and which percent are not. And in the past, I would admit this as a science teacher, if 70% of my kids passed my latest quiz, I would move on. I'd just go to the next unit, but 30% of those kids are not there. And differentiation, classrooms are gonna look way different in the future, but this just has an amazing capability. And as I described earlier, sort of think about that zoom lens that we talk about, district level all the way down to that individual student's story. Even if they're 3 or 4 grade levels below, we can still see where they're growing, and they can still show their measurement, their measurement of academic proficiency in terms of growth, even at that level.
So did I hear that since we can get it down to the student level, is that information shared with the parent and the student?
Yes, so our administrator in residence, who is serving right now as an assessment administrator, is developing what we're calling assessment literacy and a plan to, in the past, they would take the Ames exams and then it would get mailed home to them. We are sending NWEA reports home to our parents. We're starting to see how those are pulled, and they can't be too cumbersome. They need to be pretty simple. And so we're working on developing the cleanest and easiest family report to send home. But yes, that is definitely a part of this process. It's not in full form yet, Member Oliver, but that is our plan to inform and communicate with parents as well. Because as we tell our teachers, why is it important to have a guaranteed and viable curriculum? Why is it important for parent engagement? Well, if the parents know where their students are and what it is that they're not learning, they can help more. Yes, sir, Mr. Marquez.
I think before the newest board members joined the board, I remember a presentation when I first joined about a data warehouse, an online data warehouse, and we got sort of a slideshow presentation of it. But then I think that we had some questions at the time if there was sort of board level access to something like that. That was a data dashboard that sort of we could sort of keep track of, individual schools. But I think at that time there was concerns about board level access being too micro and seeing individual students. So I'm just curious if there's any, if that's still something that's actively in use. I haven't heard much about the data warehouse recently. And, is there sort of some sanitized version of that that we might consider, having real-time access to at each campus?
President, Ms. Andrade.
President Ross, Member Marquez. We do still have the data warehouse. I will say that much like the airlines, the companies changed over a few times, and the level of service isn't really up to par of where we'd like it to be. We are still using it, though. It's still accessible. It's just not as clean. And I don't know that data is ever clean, but to me, in my eyes, I feel like it's a little noisier than it should be. And so, we have some work to do in shifting to a more improved system. And I don't know if I answered your question around access. Can you repeat the question one more time? Start to kind of get into the state of affairs with the data warehouse?
Yeah, I think there was, this was probably 2 or 3 years ago, a request to have some sort of a, sanitized, version of that data warehouse or dashboard if that system is, sort of not currently the best system for board members to sort of, be able to zoom in and zoom out for, district-wide data that's sort of as real-time as it could be, but also be able to zoom into each of the campuses.
And is that for enrollment and or are we looking at specific growth measures?
Well, I guess
The whole.
I guess I never fully wrapped my head around what was all of that data that was included in the data warehouse, and it was this presentation just prompted me to think of that as is that something that's still actively being used as a tool by the district?
It's not one of our stronger tools any longer. It was at one point. I would say probably the biggest challenge that we're going to deal with giving access is, of course, you want I'm assuming the district level to see how we're doing, school level. So when you set permissions and something like that, the higher up you go, that means you're cleared for everything, right? So if I give it teacher view, you only can see that teacher, that classroom that you and the kids you have. If I set you as a district user, you're going to have access to not only the district, but the schools, but the classes, the teachers, and individual students. So I guess it's a need to know and for what reason and what system we're looking at. So I think it's just a conversation we need to keep going with. But in the meantime, if there is data that you need and you want to see and you want to access, we should just move forward with those conversations to see how to capture that for you.
Yeah, Board Member Marquez, if I remember, part of the concern was FERPA concerns about having student-level information, and again, based around the permissions given and the fact that you could get into student-level data. I mean, you under FERPA, unless you have a valid reason for doing that, might cause problems. But it sounds like it's a permission issue and the way that the system is set up right now.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Camp, we have a question from Member Para.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Can we make sure that the family report not be oversimplified? Parents can and do want more information, and frankly, letter grades are not sufficient to report on proficiency rates for their children, and we have to be more honest about proficiency rates. Did I go too fast?
No.
Okay.
President Ross, thank you. I captured all of that. And Ms. Parra, thank you for that comment.
One more thing, Mr. Kemp, this is me personally.
Yes, ma'am.
I think everyone here knows my story. I am that student who was falling behind because I had all of the childhood trauma. I remember this is about the report and the growth. I remember when I was in 6th grade, they would give out like, here's your certificate for highest and smartest and all those great things. And I just knew I wasn't gonna get one because at that point I hadn't. And my certificate said the most improved. And I think I had barely started making at that point grade level, but it made me start to believe in myself and made my foster mom at the time believe in me. And so I'm thinking about that with the report and the language that goes home to the kids, because we will have our students who haven't yet met grade level, but it's very much, as Mr. What is your name? Marquez said, it is very much language matters. I forget my kid's name all the time. I forget names. It's just me. That was not an attack on Mr. Marquez. I just names, but it very much language matters, and so it's like, yes, here is your baby reading at a, here's your child reading at a 8th grade or 7th grade level when they're a freshman or a sophomore, and look how much they have improved, if that makes sense. So I'm not trying to tell you how to do the job. I'm just saying it mattered for me hugely when I got most improved, even though I was still at that time a little bit behind my peers.
President Ross, thank you very much for that comment. Monthly at principal meetings, Ms. Andrade and many of us remind our principals that it's equally important to commend those students that have shown improvement as it is to, get the students that have high let's just say absences, like perfect attendance, that's important to identify. High growth when it comes to this NWEA opportunity, I will definitely make sure that our reports include celebrations of growth for students, regardless of what grade level that they're at. It goes back to Ms. Tejas' comment, and then I think we should take a short break, possibly, if anybody needs it, or we can fire through post-secondary. Yeah, we'll power through post-secondary. How much confidence can you gain when you see the 9% or one test, ACT, college entrance exam? How confident do you feel when you have that versus, that results of productive struggle and shows of growth? So thank you very much for that comment. I think we're going to, we just took a break, and so we're going to move into some of those other areas, and I'll be able to fly through some of these quickly. Ms. Tarkington and I will hit on these. Our post-secondary efforts. These are other measurements of our students' success. And you have seen this information before. My counterpart here, Ms. Tarkington, will identify a very important one that I missed on this chart. And so when you get this handout, if you'll please add that to the appropriate column. But you'll remember our College and Career Readiness Index measurements have a lot to do with either college opportunities going into post-secondary or even career preparedness opportunities that we have here in Phoenix Union. It's actually a culmination of their 4 years of high school that they then end up getting these points, and our schools get these points. I'll cover the red real quick, more in the career areas, but it's still our academic courses when it comes to our career and technical education courses, dual enrollment, if they go above and beyond a CTE course and go outside of a sequence. There's an ASVAB benchmark on that exam. There's also credentials and certificates that we will be talking about today, as well as work-based learning that we'll be talking about today. And Ms. Tarkington, if you could cover the college points and the one that I missed.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Ross and board members. And again, I'll just start by saying that I remember going to my first AVID conference, and in many ways we recognize that to be college ready is also to be career ready and vice versa. So, but again, the state has categorized these. So the blue points are the college readiness indicators. You'll see some of them, may look like more academic indicators, and so those are going to be your advanced placement exams. CLEP exams are called college level exam programs. So they have tests, again, indicating that college readiness. Going back up, there are different diplomas. You all are familiar that we have IB, that's International Baccalaureate, at 2 of our schools in the district, and you can earn a diploma through that program. Additionally, having those dual enrollment classes. You see dual enrollment, I do believe, on both red points and blue points. These would be those core academic dual enrollment courses, and then the AccuPlacer placement exam, an A-board diploma, and then what's missing, and I'll spend a little bit more time soon on, is the FAFSA. So that's the free, our financial aid application. And some people might wonder why that's an indicator. Again, I'll talk more about what money means. We all know that. But even just filling that out is kind of this act of rigor, and also goes hand in hand with, taxes and all of those kinds of things. So those are your blue points for college readiness indicators.
Ms. Tarkington, thank you. And I know I'm going to pay for this one later because our superintendent, Ms. Andrade, actually was the one that advocated at the Department of Ed to include FAFSA as part of that indication. And so the fact that I left it off may mean I may not be joining you after lunch, but no, I'm just kidding. I do want to sort of give accolades to our campuses. This is another handout that you have. The points are a culmination of all the students through their 4 years, so it really breaks it down. It's very difficult to break it down, but you will see the fruits of our labor over the last few years and focusing on the different indicators that we'll cover some with CCRI. Ms. Andrade alluded to the fact that, is data ever perfectly clean? And I will talk a little bit about dual enrollment and how we are working very hard to keep that data as clean as possible when it comes to this self-reporting measurement tool. The yellow highlights that you see on this graph here are actually their high points. So a lot of our campuses have reached the highest CCRI points that they've ever had as a school.
I just want to point out Trevor Brown had such great achievement from 9.4 back in 2018, and maybe even lower before that, that the state actually selected them to be audited under the leadership of Tony Camp. And they were found to be in compliance. They just could not believe such a dramatic improvement and wanted to really validate that data. Trust.
Thank you, Ms. Andrade. More and more of our principals are paying attention to this data. You see dual enrollment numbers increasing as an indirect result to increasing these scores as well. So once again, another measurement of student achievement. So within the CCRI scores, we get points for industry recognized credentials. There's a handout that'll be going around that shows which industry credentials right now our district offers at our various programs. And as you can see in here, is a little bit of a description about what an industry credential is. I would like to point out that in 2019, the Carl Perkins grant, if you're familiar with Carl Perkins, that is a that is a funding for CTE. They actually no longer felt comfortable as credentials being optional within career and technical education courses. So now one of their measurement criteria for the CTE program is industry credentials. And so our PLC teams of CTE sat down and identified collectively what specific certifications they will be offering out of their programs. And so you'll see that on the chart there if you're ever interested. The state list is quite extensive and long. There are some of the programs that we don't offer here, so we narrowed this list down to the ones that we offer here in Phoenix Union. Some credentials that industry recognizes, the State Department of Ed does not. And so we continue to advocate through career and technical education the benefit of having them include that as a recognized credential for college readiness and career readiness. And so we began collecting data in 2020. This is a long list that you have in your hand there. You'll see on the left, since we started recording data across all of our schools, and these are the number of industry credentials that have been achieved by students over the last few years. If you're wondering why it dropped from 2022 to 2023, I can give you some examples. Our academies at South Mountain narrowed their programs to be more student-oriented and more clear rather than offering a ton. And this has a lot to do with qualified and certified teachers in our CTE programs versus long-term subs or vacancies that we don't have. So our staffing issue took a little bit of a hit on this, but we are working really hard to make sure that that stays up. Partnerships that we have, one of which is Elevate Ed AZ. I think you're somewhat familiar with that. And you'll see the schools that are partners with Elevate Ed and the specific industry credentials that are provided. The highest one with Elevate Ed partnerships is the OSHA 10 in our construction programs. And then you'll see some other ones that are the ASE student certifications. I actually took one of those tests and passed it, I believe it or not, but I'm not bragging. And Elevate Ed actually provided incentives to our teachers at those schools. So if their students pass the certification, Elevate Ed incentivized that for those teachers. And we are working with other organizations, GPL, GPEC, to balance that out, because as some of us think, well, what about the schools that are not partners with Elevate Ed? And so we as a CTE department are working on balancing those out, but these numbers are higher than just what Elevate Ed has provided. They do include the partnership that we have with Elevate. This is just a graph that shows over 3 years of time industry credentials at various campuses. And I don't know about you, but sometimes I always go to the anomaly and, hey, who's that? You know? And we know that Metro Tech has a lot of CTE programs. We also see the impact of 1 or 2 teachers when it comes to a vacancy with credentials, so that kind of shows that. But you can see for the most part, most of our schools have increased from the previous year. Sometimes programmatic changes causes those to change, but that what we measure is important, and we'll continue to measure industry recognized certifications by campus. I want to talk a little bit about internships. And so while we are trying to work on extending opportunities for internships beyond just seniors, there is a statute that we are working through to make sure that our juniors can at least have an opportunity for this as well. And so you see the difference between an internship in CTE and something called a professional internship. And professional internships actually started just a year or so ago. And this is for non-CTE courses. If a student is not in a CTE course, we felt that they still should be able to have the opportunity to receive credit for an internship. And so we went through our statement of intent process. We offer that as a course now. And the key number is it has to be 120 hours for it to actually be counted for the school. And so a lot of our kids have some work exposure, but the internship itself has to be well-defined and count for at least 120 hours. We also give those students credit for it as well. And you'll see over on the left our culmination across the district. In 2021, we had about, I'm sorry about the formatting of that. That's not 4, it should be 44. In 2021, we had a total of 44 internships across our district. The next year, 66. And then we increased not only with the professional internships, but overall over 100. So CTE internships continued, but the professional internships really took off with a little under 40 students participating in those. Again, a partnership with Elevate Ed for those schools. The biggest internship was 7 students at the Mayo Clinic, followed by Chandler Police Department, Cox Communications. There's just a lot of different opportunities that our students have to participate in internships. I'm going to move to dual enrollment. This is a tremendous gain in dual enrollment numbers over the years. It has not been without blood, sweat, and tears. And as you know, our partnership with various community colleges, each has its own unique data sharing, data collecting techniques, but these are actually our numbers of students that are participating in dual enrollment this year. This is actually 45-day official count. I want you to remember this number right here, 22-23. The 22-23 school year, the community colleges confirmed for us that we had 2,200 students. So we used that information to manually import that and report it for college and career readiness.
And here's where Ms. Andrade mentioned earlier about data being clean, right? From all these different colleges, we are recognizing CCRI points, but we weren't actually tagging students as dual enrollment ourselves in Phoenix Union. And so I'm actually going to skip that one and go to here. Sorry. And so, as you know, our student information system is Synergy. And when we have to report the CCRI information, we had to manually go in student by student by student, and it did not make sense. It just didn't make sense. And so what you see here is what we have been able to, up to this point, get our people at the sites. Sometimes there's a turnover, new positions, new people in those positions, and it's a matter of, the data is only as accurate as how we are keeping it. And so we are working very hard on identifying our students in Synergy as dual enrollment, because they don't necessarily have to pay the tuition and get a credit from the college in order to be counted for being in a dual enrollment class, because they're in the class. So let's say this is my dual enrollment class, but only these 3 students were able to pay the tuition and enroll at the college. Well, you all are still getting exposed to that level of rigor in the class, and they give us credit for that. But that number I showed you, look at the difference in 2022 and 2023. So this is being transparent of the work we still have to do in dual enrollment to be able to fully identify our students in Synergy for dual enrollment. And why is that important? Because not only can we break that down by school and percentage, but as we talked about earlier, it's important to start looking at disaggregating the data, right, Mr. Marquez? At disaggregating the data. And so this is percentage-wise probably pretty close, but it's not all of our students right now that are in dual. And so we are working on making sure that we're earmarking or identifying all of our students, including students with IEPs, our English language learners. And I just like to point out again that their females are outperforming the males, as Ms. Tarkington points out to me. You'll see that in post-secondary as well. But it's important to help us start disaggregating that data when it comes to dual enrollment students. And with that, I am going to turn it over to my partner in crime, Ms. Tarkington, to start taking us through post-secondary information. But first, there's a couple questions.
No, I wanted to do a temperature check with the board to see if you all want to, lunch is here. Do we want to continue on, or do we want to break, or do we want to do a working lunch? I need to know if you take option B, break, that extends the amount of time that we're here. So I would say the options are working lunch now or working lunch once Ms. Tarkington is done.
I'd say working lunch
Now.
now.
Okay. Ms. Tarkington, you have a few more minutes to mentally prepare for your slide, if that's okay. All right.
Before we break, can I ask Tony a few
Of course.
on the CCRI points, where would something like some of the proposed pre-apprenticeship programs with our union trade partners fall, and do they currently qualify for points if we were to add something like a union pre-apprenticeship program offered at any of our campuses?
President Ross, Board Member Marquez, thank you for the question. Apprenticeships would definitely fall into that career category under work-based learning experience, and it would count either as similar to an internship, or if an internship was already done and they move into an apprenticeship, they would also get that credit for work-based learning.
And that the Department of Ed determines if they qualify or not based on the pre-apprenticeship, scope of.
Correct. They describe it as well-defined work-based learning experience, and so if that's something that has parameters around the amount of time they spend there, as long as it's well-defined, they have goals and outcomes as part of the process, and it's 120 hours, that's the stickler, is the time.
Sure.
It would count, yes.
And then my follow-up question on dual enrollment efforts. I think when I've had previous conversations with you all about this, there was a mention of, maybe seeing where we have students that are in a dual enrollment class that are eligible for scholarship, which ones are eligible to pay for the class, and how do we set a parallel goal of trying to get more of our students scholarship to actually get the credit for those dual enrollment classes?
President Ross, Board Member Marquez, thank you for the question. The Maricopa scholarship that almost all of our students qualify for is definitely something that the relationship that we have with Maricopa helps with. In fact, we ran into a deadline this year where about 400 of our students were going to be dropped from a class because there's one document that the student wasn't able to upload to qualify for that grant. And so the community college reaches out to us. They say, what can we do? It happened to be a letter that proved that they qualified for free and reduced lunch status. We are in Provision 2 status. I confirmed with our food services division to make sure that that means that all students qualify, and we created a form letter in a matter of minutes, gave it to the community college that included all those students that qualified, and it prevented us from dropping over 400 students in dual enrollment. So those scholarships are definitely accessible to our students. The process to apply is rather cumbersome, and the colleges help with that, and we're just doing everything in our power while also enhancing our relationship with the community college to make sure that those scholarships are available and maximize the use. We exhaust those funds from the college every year, and this includes an additional grant, an additional tuition support from HB 1717 that the college is working through with us as well. So hopefully I answered your question. If I didn't, we can talk
I think
at
on
lunch.
the spreadsheet, it'd be helpful to see sort of like how many are on scholarship, how many are paying, and then, what's the gap between the number of students that are sort of sitting in that class getting all of the same content but not getting the credit at the community college.
Very good, and for all members of the board, I'm happy to provide that data later to include scholarship percentages and completion rates.
Thank you.
Clerk Napa.
Thank you for that question, Board Member Marquez. It's interesting that we're looking at dual enrollment because I was having a conversation with my college president yesterday about dual enrollment and how dual enrollment very much skews affluent, very much skews students whose parents have four-year college degrees, very much shows that, parents seek out dual enrollment for their students because they know that this is going to help them academically in the long run to decrease the amount of time after high school graduation to get to degree attainment. One of the things that really much hit me was, how, if we go back to that slide with a graph that said dual enrolled, not, what I heard was right before that one, I think.
Oh, before, okay.
There we go.
Yep.
So, nope. There we go. So it looks like, Alhambra, because it's at the top, it looks like we have 1,800 students who are in a dual enrollment qualified classroom, but only 88 of those students are getting credit. Am I reading that correctly?
Board Member Ross and Clerk Napa, no, this is a count, again, remember, this is to show that we do not have in Synergy all of our students clearly identified yet, so this number should be 3,000. And so that means that these numbers would be higher, right?
Okay.
But this is the number of students that are dual enrolled with the college. This is the number of students that are not.
Okay.
And so what we're showing here is what percentage of students at that school are in a dual enrollment class.
Okay.
Knowing that this is still messy data, as we call it,
Okay.
it needs to be cleaned.
All right. But just to the point of, students who are in a dual enrollment classroom getting that curriculum and that instruction, because dual enrollment is taught by an instructor that qualifies at high school and college level, right? And the curriculum is at the college level goals and competencies. Looking at equity and looking at all the ways that we have grants, that we have HB 1717 now, Maricopa is highly aware of that. Not only our enrollment process and our admissions process is cumbersome, but on the adding on this HB 1717 legislation and benefits, yeah, that's extremely cumbersome too. Looking at that, it would be interesting to see how many of our dual enrollment students who actually earned a final credit are first generation, are the low income students, right? And then, you know, the other thing that concerns me about dual enrollment is they are community college students, right? Dual enrollment students, concurrent enrollment students, students who are in ACE and Hooper learning programs, they are college students who just happen to be in high school. How do these dual enrollment it's always surprising to me how much we map out course pathways, that we show these credits are social behavioral, humanities and fine arts, all of these things. It doesn't make sense to our students. What they want to know, bottom line, is how is this going to help me with my degree, right? Are our dual enrollment students taking credits because these are offered, which is awesome, or are these credits actually going to apply to their degree that they're going to study? And it's hard to do. That's hard to focus on when you're a freshman, when you're a sophomore. But again, like the goal is to decrease the amount of time after high school to get that degree. And also, FAFSA has the 180 credit hour limit ceiling. So if our students are taking credits just to take credits, you know, I was one of those students, right? I was taking credits just to take credits. I quickly hit that 180 mark, and I had to do extra, you know, documentation to get my FAFSA funding for my last year or for my last semester. So, you know, that's when I'm looking at dual enrollment, totally supportive dual enrollment, but how are these actually helping our students? And how are we closing that equity gap for students who, you know, cannot necessarily pay or may not be able to navigate all of these different systems in order to get financial aid?
President Ross and Clerk Napa, thank you very much for that. We can definitely work on adding more detailed information to include grades, you know, success rate of the students in dual enrollment, and then additional disaggregated data. And you're right, it is important to make sure that the dual enrollment courses that we are offering are going to do something for those kids besides just counting as a general elective and taking away from that 180. And so the partnership we have with the community colleges is strong, and we do that, and we have been doing that over the last couple years to include no longer offering courses that don't align to those pathways, and that will take time, but we are actively looking at that for the very reason that you just mentioned. So thank you for reiterating that. Ms.
I just happened to be at a podcast with the Chamber this week, so this data is fresh in my head. I certainly don't always keep this. Not lately anyway, but 75% of our dual enrollment is AJAC aligned, which is like that best bet course. I know there's even further alignment down to specific pathways to get really intentional about like what math you need, and don't waste your math on this dual if you really want to pursue STEM and you're going to need this math. But Elevate Ed has been tremendous, and we can also make the argument that Elevate Ed isn't in all our schools. It is still making us better as a district. Dual enrollment increased, I think, like 73% in our Elevate Ed schools, but 53% in our non-Elevate Ed schools. So it's still lifting the bar across the board. But yeah, again, when we talk about that barrier of did all the kids get in what they needed to get in? Because if you're sitting butt in a seat in a dual enrollment, every single kid in that classroom should be registered as far as I'm concerned, if they are eligible, get a grant, get what they need. And a really great example, again, our partnership with Elevate Ed, we really dug in deep with those classes and figured out other ways to help the teacher not to feel too overwhelmed. Because in the past, it was like, here's the registration, teachers would pass it out. If the kid brought it home and the parent was diligent enough to fill it out, or the kid was savvy enough to get the support, they got their credit. Otherwise, it was lost, and the teacher had other things, and then the enrollment counselors come back, they pick them up, and then that's it. And so Camelback, I think, is the one that sticks out right now in my mind as an exemplar of bringing all these dual kids into a library and wrapping that support around them. I helped one time, and I don't even know who was helping who, the student or me, and we were like, what do you think that means? And because it is hard, right? And he's like, I got to upload my license. And I was like, okay, well, do you have that? Let's go make a photocopy of it right now so we can upload it. And so we can, it's all these little things that matter, and they can't always do them when they're at home, or they kick the can down the road. So we are trying to make deliberate efforts to get every kid. If you're sitting in a dual, you're getting dual credit, and more than the credit, you're getting the confidence. So little side note on that, but we are aware, and that does matter. Agreed.
Hopefully, just a quick follow-up. So the slide I'm looking at shows 1,013 students still enrolled, but Mr. Camp, I believe you said it's closer to 3,000 are actually sitting in those seats. Am I understanding that correctly?
You're, President Ross, Board Member Kez, you're talking about the discrepancy between this slide
No, I think we go back one more.
and
one you
this
call
slide?
Yeah, so the
the
total
dirty
down there,
data.
1,013, but did I hear you correctly to say that it's closer to 3,000 students are actually sitting in those classes? We should be getting credit as a district for them sitting in those classes.
Yes, sir. So we are getting credit for the 3,000. This is our internal system of collecting data for dual enrollment students so that we can disaggregate them better.
But does that mean there's 2,000 students that are sitting in that class that aren't getting credit?
No, that is incorrect. There are
Okay.
2,000 students that are in there getting credit that we don't have marked in Synergy.
I see.
But we know that they're in dual enrollment because of the community college connection. We need to continue to improve in our data collection system
Right.
in Synergy to include all these other efforts like dual enrollment, Hoop of Learning, ACE, those types of areas. Like, we should know that information so we can easier pull information about them in our system.
And I guess if there's 3,000 students roughly across the district in a dual enrollment class that are getting credit, how many are in that dual enrollment class that are not getting credit?
We do have those numbers because we have to report them, but I did not include them in this presentation. I can further break down data to include the socioeconomic status, or the qualification, excuse me, the credit rate, like success rate, which is very high for our students in dual enrollment, and then also the number of students sitting in those seats that aren't for the board. I can work on collecting that.
Thank you.
Clerk Napa.
I don't need to ask my question.
Okay, all right, with that, we're gonna take lunch. But we're doing a working lunch if we wanna get out of here, so grab your stuff and bring it back here, and let's keep it moving. Ms. Tarkington, you have the floor. Do I have to officially call us back? Or can I just say, we are officially called back from getting our food, but we are doing a working lunch. Ms. Tarkington, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Ross, governing board members, Superintendent Andrade, and community. We are going to talk about some of our post-secondary data, and so we're going to jump right back in to talk about another way that students get to college, and that's with it being paid for. So it's super important, as we mentioned, the state also acknowledges that an indicator for college readiness is filling out the FAFSA form, because if they have a means to get there, that's tremendous. We know money changes everything, and it's not just about, I know in a world of, for some of us, are my loans forgiven? They're saying I don't have to pay right now, but I don't see a zero balance. What's happening? There's also the Pell Grant. That's huge. Those are grants that don't have to be paid back. And so it's important that we take a look at that. I also put on here that our source for our FAFSA information, besides internally tracking, is the National Student Clearinghouse. I mean, we can only track if a student logged on and took it, and sometimes we might be submitted, but officially the submission is not to us. Just a reminder, I'm going to refer to NSC or the Clearinghouse. And the Clearinghouse is probably the leading source of educational data as it relates to colleges. I think just high schools alone nationwide, there's over 21,000 that are members, and so we have an exchange of information. That'll be important to talk about too, because they have provided the data back to us for the next several slides. And so in preparing, we've caught some errors, or I shouldn't say errors, they caused more questions. And so in working with our research team, we've talked about some shifts we actually might even begin to make in submitting. So I'll proceed from there. So this is a little bit of historical data. I want to point out a couple of items. I'll start with the graph itself, and then I'll also tell a little bit about how the FAFSA works. But what we have on here, they provided 2017, 2022, and 2023. I think the reality of the 2017, which is the black graph, have I not forwarded it forward? Okay, I'm just looking at my own information. So you see 2017, there'll be a gray one, which is the lowest one. We'll draw your eyes to the middle of 2023. But let me tell you a little bit about what the graph indicators are. On the bottom row, those are weeks. And so we have always had these huge kickoffs on October 1st. We call it, the FAFSA fiestas, the FAFSA kickoff, except for that the FAFSA application has not yet been opened. They've delayed it until December. They are revising or streamlining the application to expand eligibility and just make some changes. And so what we've begun to do is start to get students set up with their that student ID that's going to be tied to FAFSA for the rest of really their post-secondary journey. And so our students, I'm sure, are anxiously, particularly our seniors, awaiting for that to open. And so the left side is the number of students. And so we were somewhere between 2.5 and 3,000 students filling out or completing the FAFSA. In 2017, you're going to see me refer to, the dips. We don't have the in-between years that they gave back. And so just kind of clarifying, again, working with our research team, my department who works on student achievement and a lot of those post-secondary. But we fell in 2022, and so we're climbing back up last year. This was information that was good through summer, so you don't just have to fill it out immediately. I think what I noticed is that it starts to spike around week 12, and I was thinking, I wonder what that is. And I started doing the months, 4 weeks that beginning of the year, January, parents might fill out taxes because a lot of times that's equated to that because it's federal aid is really about household income base. And so you start to just see it go up along the weeks along the way. So just a little bit of information about completion. I think it's great that we are making sure as many of our students who are eligible to fill out the FAFSA are doing that, and that's great for CCRI points, but what's most important is that's one of the indicators that even if I get in, now I know I can pay for it, so that's huge, beyond scholarships that they get. So I'm going to shift us into college attendance. And so this is some historical information from 2015 through 2022 about our average college attendance. So that middle line across from oh my gosh, I'm going to stop doing that. Do you want to do it for me? Thank you. They say that you never can multitask. I feel like what I could do is declining with each birthday. So the line in the middle from 2015 to 2022, our average college enrollment has been 44%, as it states at the bottom. What we want to take a look at is that peak during that time was in 2017. About 50% of our graduates just the immediate year prior enrolled in the fall in college. That took a dip. Did you have a question, Member Ross? I'm sorry.
Just out of curiosity, I
Yes.
was wondering what is national average if we're 44, if our average is 44%, what's national average?
I don't know what the national average, that NSC is that National Student Clearinghouse. I'm not sure what the average national enrollment is. I don't know if Ms. Andrade would have that hat on, but we can get that for you. Okay. Just again, back to the graph, it dipped a little bit in 2018 and went back up, but we really started to see that dip, that low in 2020, and it's kind of plateaued, but I am hopeful to say that we're gonna start peaking up. We don't have our enrollment as of now for our graduates, our most recent graduates. One thing that I want to share as I get into, I'll say this now and then I'll refer back to this in the next several slides because we're going to start to have some disaggregated data, is that I believe in most recent years we've been sending the previous year's files. So again, our graduates, we have our May graduates and then we have summer graduates, and our graduates continue through 12 plus. And so one of the benefits of either resubmitting or submitting 5 years of graduates each year at a time is that you start to recapture those who are attending college. And so if you think about the term of the gap year, or students who just can't go immediately to college because they're working and they're saving money, students go on missions and all kinds of things, and so you may not even begin your college journey till a couple of years later. And so just in trying to sort through that, not only with the research department, but some of our team members. Even Ms. Andrade shared as she presented this for many years and worked in the accountability area, that sometimes it doesn't make sense because you reported on something last year and suddenly you see it with different numbers. So we're going to see that sometimes with clearinghouse numbers. So it's my job to make sure I understand it. So I'll continue to work on that. Next slide. So this is our enrollment by gender. And so you're going to see this line that's orange that says unreported data, and that may have been that we weren't submitting that information with files at that time. But really it was still, taking a look at that as we had before, that 44% average we'd had, it dips up and it dips down, but we saw it really start to plummet in 2019, 2020, and it looks like it's peaking up again, but we saw that on the previous slide with our average. I think what this slide shows is that our females again are outperforming our males, and I just think that it's important that we give everyone our opportunity to make sure that they know that college is a viable option for them. Yes.
I don't know if you want me to hold them all to the end.
It's however you all want to flow.
Thank you. The question I had a few minutes ago was how do we compare to the national average? And we didn't, as a district, know that information. And I'm wondering, do we care, how we are doing? Because Superintendent Andrade did give me the number, and we are low.
Okay.
And so I was just wondering if that's something that we look at and address and focus on and have a plan for.
So I think a couple things. Absolutely, I think we care how we compare, both locally on the national level, and I think it's also what you all would like us to bring you back as a board, and so those are things we're taking notes to make sure that those are things that we can report on. Because we also tend to look at also Arizona's comparison to other residents in Arizona as well.
Yeah, President Ross, members of the board, I would caution us a little bit on putting a lot of stock in Clearinghouse. About 8 years ago, that was all we had. And we could maybe get a little bit of ABOR reports, but it was something. And I got to be honest, I don't know that all kids want to check the box of share my information, not in today's world. And so I wonder how many of our kids are going to college that aren't even in here. So knowing that, and we'll get to this a little bit later, knowing that only about 5% of our kids leave the state, could be a con, and there's a few of them, they're high flyers, but if we can wrap our heads around 95% of them stay in state, I would very much invite you in groups of 3, maybe 2 to 3 at a time, to Helios, to see the college-going data there. Because of the agreements they have, it is 100% of our kids, and it's going to be much cleaner. And then we can look at the statewide data, and I guarantee you they can look at national as well. Thank you.
Thank you, President Ross and Superintendent Andrade, and it is a treat to go to the Helios facility and learn. Next slide. This slide is broken down by race and ethnicity, and again, we didn't have the reporting files for that breakdown, so we'll just really focus in on 20 and 21. I think that as we think about, credit currency, as we think about, grades, especially when we're talking about D's or F's, this plays into getting accepted and enrolling in college. And so as we take a look at our breakdown, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that we want to make sure that we are working with our Native American students. Had an opportunity with one of our departments, again, that work on that post-secondary efforts to meet also with a team from Teaching and Learning and thinking about our Native American program. And so we just had a really robust conversation to hone in on some more strategic work that we can do. And we talked about everything, again, from things like dual enrollment and our Hoop of Learning program. So just knowing that, again, increasing all of our students to make those opportunities really important for them is something we're keeping an eye on. As Superintendent Andrade pointed out, this is looking at our in-state versus out-of-state. We'll see that the green line is where I'm bringing your attention, is that in-state attendance. The red line above it, again, is just all of our college attendance that Clearinghouse points out. But the orange line is drastically lower. So that out-of-state, to go out-of-state costs money. And even when you have, as we've talked to students who are super excited that get into, competitive colleges outside, it's not even just, tuition and books and housing, but it's those plane tickets. Do I get to come home, at the holidays or mid-year and for vacations? And so there's a lot to that. Next slide, please. And then we have our 2-year versus 4-year enrollment. I think there's a couple items that I want to point out. If you look from at the orange and the green is where I'm going to bring your attention, the orange representing the 2-year institutions and the green the 4. Prior to really the pandemic, we had more students enrolling in our 2-year institutions, and then it switched. And so they're fairly close. It's not a huge gap, but it will be interesting to see, again, as we're trying to increase overall enrollment, to see if, how that will pan out. If it's even, if it's equal, if we have more students as we have now, attending our four-year institutions. And so without being the community college expert, I know that the pandemic was hard on two-year institutions in different ways than I think it was in four-year colleges. I know we have some experts in the room, and so I don't know if that had to do with, also just the student enrollments and those challenges that sometimes our students attending 2 years, if you had to choose work over that, technology, access to online learning, but it could have been a combination of things, and so we'll continue to keep our eye on that as well. And then this slide did not come from the clearinghouse. This actually came from the Meta Network, and this is part of a grant that Access ASU, Be a Leader, which is one of our post-secondary partners in Phoenix Union, is in. And so they've just provided some of our in-state, they're highlighting ASU applications in an acceptance to U of A. And so here's a real opportunity to celebrate a strategy that I believe has been extremely effective. If we look at the acceptance rate on the left, it's pretty close, 90 and 91%. But if we look at the applications, ASU really dominates the U of A. It could be because it's down the street, it's really local. However, I think it's more intentional to that, and I want to provide an opportunity if she would like to, because she was part of making this happen. If Superintendent Andrade, are you interested in talking about the letter agreement that we have with ASU, Arizona State?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to just, as a lumberjack, I'm offended. Okay. Had to put that out
Board
there.
Member Ross, Superintendent Andrade, the Meta Network didn't provide NAU's information. I'm no
so
contest
sure. The
on
Meta
that.
Network managed by ASU. Okay, so I'm anxious to see how many of our kids are going up to NAU. It's a great program, but they do need to get local here. So back when we first started meeting, I can't even remember the year, honestly, but we sat down with Access ASU to increase the partnership. It was myself, Dolores Ramirez, a few of us at the table, and they said, well, so we want to send letters out to our juniors that are on track. And I said, well, why don't we back it up to freshmen? Actually, why don't we back it up to kindergarten? Like, let's just enroll them, just accept them. And they looked at me and they, well, we can't do that. I said, well, just put a little fine print at the bottom that says something like pending ABOR requirements or whatever it may be. But really get them excited at the freshman year so that they stay on track. And so we went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on that letter. But we finally got that letter out. And each year, the ASU and Phoenix Union jointly sends a letter saying, congratulations, you're on track. It doesn't say you're accepted. That's really what I wanted, but it does say you're on track to be accepted. And it's got the logos, and it's really official. And each year, that group continues to get their letter, their sophomore year, their junior year, and their senior year. And then their senior year, finally, ASU, accepted them, or U of A. But in the news will come around and do stories about it. But it's exciting. What I like to monitor is that group gets smaller and smaller. And again, going back to on track, the minute they become deficient in an area, they go into a different group that gets a different letter that says, you need to get back on track so that you can get into ASU. So again, it's something that's kept ASU admissions nice and high, and just the college going effort in general high. So it was a lot of work. We come up with these ideas, and then someone's got to continue doing them. And so I want to just acknowledge that and thank everyone that contributes to the letter writing. Appreciate it. We didn't include U of A in the letters, but I think somewhere it's kind of ABOR ready. So they know that they can go to U of A or even NAU, yeah.
President Ross, board members. That's okay. And So I'll continue, and this really concludes some of that post-secondary information. What we're going to do is we're going to move back a little bit to the conversation that we started this off with in looking at some of the data in our report cards and to take a look at graduation rates, because before those dreams of college, our actual, we've got our high school completion here. And so this is a 4-year graduation rate. I think, and I'm not sure if Mr. Camp mentioned that, again, the official reporting from the state is always a year delayed, but we're taking, again, a look at a 5-year history. And so, again, we've seen a decline since 2021 and have, showed some progress of increase last year, and are taking a look at our, in terms of our projections. And so Mr. Camp and I huddled, and so I think there's a couple things that we need to note. Phoenix Union's projection could actually be changing constantly as students finish credits. So while we have official graduation ceremonies in May and summer and December, we could have a senior plus starting, the school year this year with just a couple of credits to finish, and depending if they're in, in our, concurrent enrollment, or I should say, an online class, they hit it. I mean, we could have had students that finished even in October. And so technically, their diploma, I don't know if we post at those times. I'm not quite up to speed on that. But depending on when we pull that data, so we apologize for some of those discrepancies. Certainly the ones that the state presents, that's our official data. What's important is that we need to be continuously monitoring that credit currency, as we refer to it, to make sure that we're getting those graduation rates up. And we do get credit not only for the state for 5-year graduates, but more important, students are getting across the finish line. And so that's why, again, closely monitoring the ability for our students to get that diploma and encourage them to come back, making sure that students are aware of how many credits they leave. Just to tell a story, we'll spend obviously over the course of the year more time on Engagement Center, but some of the calls we made for some of our students, they didn't realize that they were that close. Just life gets busy and sometimes overwhelming for students. We have students who work full time, who support, siblings. And so for them to realize, wait, how many? And okay, I could take a Edgenuity class or an online class. And so that's, depending on how you look at it, it can be sad, but it's exciting to know that there's hope and that they can finish. And so also what goes hand in hand with our students who don't graduate is the dropout rate. And as we, have seen previously, it has also increased. And so again, efforts with our principals, we did some real intentional goal setting around retention yesterday with principals and recruitment as well. So, healthy district is a part of that, but what we're talking about is our students, making sure that they have the supports and the hope to get that high school diploma. Again, that can change, the trajectory of the opportunities that they have. And so just, very focused on retaining students and really wrapping our minds around our systems and what kind of process improvements we need to make sure that they are completing high school.
Looking at this chart here, are those stars? What's different between 0% and those stars?
President Ross Clark Napa, I think there's some type of an error. Certainly in 2021, Franklin had graduates in bioscience, so I'm not sure if that was some type of a data glitch. I see Mr. Camp feverishly looking something up for us, so I apologize for that.
also have a question while Mr. Camp looks that up. Yeah. So maybe there's a third category that I'm missing, but we've covered graduation rates, and let's just pick one. Let's say Central was 90%. Just making up a number. Okay, well, we're gonna get actual numbers. And then the dropout rate was 6%. We're still missing. So is there a third category? Sounds like Ms. Andrade said she
Sounds
wants
like
to
Ms.
answer that.
Andrade wants to jump in.
So without, without complicating it, it's not the same group of kids. That it makes sense that they should add up to 100%, but they don't. They're different calculations. So when you think of a grad rate, I want you to think of when a kid comes in as a ninth grader for the first time in Arizona, they get branded, so to speak, with a cohort year. The state starts tracking them immediately for a 4-year. You are the class of 2024. And that's when we expect you to graduate. And we have your SACE number, and we're going to hold you to that. So essentially, they're going to take all of our incoming ninth graders. At some point in their senior year, the state stops and looks at all of them and says, how many of them were set in your senior class that are sitting with you in May? How many of them were the cohort of 2024? How many of them are going to have a G for their end code? And how many of them will continue on in the summer enrollment? And again, you get a percentage of that senior year based on their cohort. So again, if a kid enrolls as a senior and is behind, but we accept him in, we're gonna get hit by that. That's a loss, but that's okay. We welcome all kids. Now, on the flip side, dropout rate is annually, every year we calculate dropout, and it's all 4 grades. And it happens between the first day of school and the last day of school. Any kid that leaves us in that school year is a dropout. And so, or goes unknown, becomes part of the dropout rate. So when I look at dropout, it is a combination of any 9th graders, 10th graders, 11th graders, and 12th graders that left us in that school year and did not re-enter in another Arizona school. When I look at grad rate, it's just the cohort that finished in 4 years. So they're related to each other, but they're more like cousins and not brother-sister.
President Ross, governing board members, Mr. Camp did get the information about that asterisk. If it is 10 or fewer students, then you would have that, and it could be a 0, but it could be 1 or 2 as well. And so would probably want to refer to President Ross and Superintendent Andrade. There is a really cool tool on the Arizona Department of Education's website where you can take a look and play with the breakdown of disaggregated data for our graduation rates and our dropout rates. I don't know if you want a quick demo or want us to continue in terms of time being of the essence.
President Ross, Ms. Andrade, if I may, I will do my best to speed up the special education information, but I would encourage you to go to this website, and you can either click on browse districts or browse schools. I would recommend you start at this level of zooming in or out at browsing districts, and it's actually live and active, and you can click on certain disaggregated groups of students, and I would encourage you to look at 2 categories specifically. One are special education students, as we talk about that in this afternoon. But then I would also encourage you to click on and filter out our ELD students. They are actually the only ones right now that are showing an increase in graduation rate from post-COVID. And so you can break it all down. It's live. You can look at enrollment reports. You can look at achievement scores by any district and actually separate it out. It's actually kind of fun for those of us data people, and I don't know how much fun data is, but for me, it's fun.
And if I could interject as well, if this is a tool that you'd be interested in sitting with Mr. Camp or Ms. Tarkington or myself and reviewing, we're happy to do that as well.
And with that said, I think that we've ended possibly this part of the the presentation. President Ross.
Board, do you have any questions or discussion? Anything? No? Thank you. We're ready to transition into our ESS. Thank you for that. That was actually very thorough. Thank you. I've learned that. I don't know why we track data. I have to be honest. That answer was frustrating. Not because you gave the wrong answer, but are we actually? I just don't feel like we're tracking. So if we are saying in this senior year, 4 years from when a bunch of kids started, we're just going to test again a bunch of random kids, and how do we know for sure as a district how many of our actual kids, like how are we following our kids if we're just relying on the state saying, I'm just going to capture this? Does that make what I'm trying to say make sense? And so I'm just like, why do we even assess?
Well,
It just feels like random numbers at this point.
President Ross, I think it's important to understand this. The campuses sometimes over-report what we report as their grad rate because they're doing just that. They're taking their seniors and they're saying, oh my gosh, all but X amount are graduating. And that small amount of, I'm going to guess, 40 kids are returning back for a fifth year, and they will be fifth-year grads. So the campuses celebrate high numbers and know exactly how each of their seniors, yes, we don't get that in a formal report from ADE or because of the way that the data is chopped up. They see them as a senior class. We see them by cohort, by grade level, and through ADE's lens. Yes, yes. And oftentimes the fifth-year grads, unfortunately, are going to be our English language learners. Because of the way the state has set it up, they delay, they just can't get moving on the graduation requirements until then.
Okay, President Ross, are we ready to move on to our next topic, which is discussion of how to work this clicker, I guess? Discussion of the state of Phoenix Union's Exceptional Student Services Program. I think it's important as I begin, and again, being conscious of time, just to kind of show some pictures of our students throughout various programs in the district. We are going to use some terms today, certain courses or certain program course names, but it's important to know that special education is a service and not a particular program, so it embeds through across all of our campuses. We use terms to help us to identify what levels of supports our students need, but we're going to go through some different levels of service and in the continuum of special education. I'm excited about this part of the presentation because it's one of my passions that I focus on in my work. I want to start by just kind of showing our enrollment data as an entire district by campus, and then also what it looks like in terms of the number of special education students by campus. As we've talked about all morning, how clean data is, it also has to do with the time of year that you pull it, right? So this data is our end of the year data. And what that means is at graduation time, it's not necessarily the high point. It's not even necessarily a common date that is pulled for either 40th or 100th day. So I'll be using those, but I'll reference the dates at which they were pulled. So you can kind of see right here, this works out to be about 10.8% overall of our enrollment, our students with IEPs. You can see some increase over the years. COVID took a hit on everybody, but overall that incline of student enrollment remains consistent. What do we look like compared to other school districts in the state? And so I wanted to make sure our team provided this information as well. You'll see a couple unified school districts up there. I happen to have some information in my notes here about Mesa Public Schools, which is basically the largest unified district here in the state. They actually have about 9,900 special ed students in Mesa. I don't have that up here on the board, but I wanted to pull that for a picture of a large. You see 2 unified, and then Phoenix Union's there on the third. And I would like to also point out that the previous slide showed 2,800 students there at the bottom right corner, if you see that. When we pulled this information from last year as of October 1st, we actually have 3,300 students. So that shows sort of the revolving door, the attrition and retention of our students across the board, but in comparison to other districts comparable in size, you'll see the percentages there of special ed students in comparison. I do have a handout that is going to come around shortly. Thank you again, Ms. Ceballos, for helping. This is just to do a little bit of a review or a foundational understanding for all of us around what it means for least restrictive environment, or the continuum of services that we provide here in the district. So you're going to get a handout because I can't even read this, even if I stand right next to it. And I want to start by just sort of describing what the supports are available to our students with disabilities throughout their school day. And so the bottom right corner has a little key there, and it's not it's not a Spanish translation of like Los Lobos or others. The Los is level of service. We love using acronyms. I just couldn't go without using one in the presentation. But I'm going to kind of break down not only the level of service that you have, but also another handout that has a staircase that shows our first 4 levels of service that are provided here in our schools. And it's a little small. This is an internal document. That's the handout from our special education handbook for our teachers and for general ed teachers. But I would like to just go through briefly what those various levels of service are that look like in our district. And then I'm going to show you where our students lie in those areas. So this first level of service is level A. It's was considered the least restrictive environment for a student with an IEP. And you'll see sort of the category or the key over there in the bottom right, where at least 1 hour or less of the students are in a separate class, and they're basically receiving the services that you see there in red. We train our teachers, gen ed teachers and special ed teachers, on all of these types of supports because they're good for all students. Differentiated instruction, as you see, universal design for learning, and then obviously access to all IEP-related services as needed. So these students are full inclusion. They're not in a co-taught class. They're receiving the IEP supports, but they're in their gen ed classes the majority, if not all, the day. You'll take a step up to a next level of service, which is level B. In addition to all the supports that they receive at the A level, they also receive at that next level. And these are students that require at this point specially designed instruction within their general curriculum. They may also need either a behavior or learning contract as part of their disability and supports for success. Level C, level of service C, again, these students receive all of those supports in A and B, as well as additional level of supports as determined by their IEP team. This is where we start either including modifications to either their coursework or their curriculum and assessments. And then, like I said earlier, particular classrooms that we have identified are able to provide those increased levels of service and possibly even adult supervision. This level may include a functional behavior plan that really deep dives to identify what needs the student has, followed by most often a behavior intervention plan by one of our BISs, behavior intervention specialists. And then the level D service obviously is a little bit higher in terms of the supports available to students. This again is just like with all, determined by the IEP. And then these students have access to specialized programs, whether they're self-contained, Thrive, Strive. Our EDP program at Desiderata, a lot of times I have to remind myself that it's not actually considered a school. It's actually a program for our emotional disabled students, and then Private Day as well. So where do our students actually kind of fall within those levels of service? And you'll see here a 5-year trend of our special ed students' numbers total overall, and then also where they fall into that level of service. And the goal, ultimately, is to have students improve in their studies, in their classroom, and even in their behavior to hopefully move a student from, let's say, level B to level A or level C to level B to try and promote that least restrictive environment. We call that rightful presence, right? As they show improvements and they move up to the next level, that's ultimately our goal. Comparative.
When you talked about the levels and then you just showed the levels, you added a few H and J after D?
Yes, so if you look at your handout, thank you for that question. If you look for that handout, you'll go to the second page. I'm sorry, the third page. These are within our school, this is within our school district. If you see the H and J, H is homebound services. Yeah, no problem. I wasn't able to fit them all on here, but the H with the lower level service homebound, and then the J is actually private school placement that parents choose to take their students to private schools. We are still required to provide support services to those students, as well as fund that service from our budget. And actually it spells it out right here as well, over on the left. D, separate school, H, homebound or hospital, and then the J is parentally placed in private schools. And so you'll see those percentages there of Phoenix Union per level of service. We have some work to do in the special education department because we obviously want the highest percentage to be an A, and yeah, right, comparatively lower, and you'll see the difference of the state versus us as a district for level B and level C. And a lot of this includes the training of our teachers in our gen ed classrooms to be able to provide that level of service in a less restrictive environment. So we continue to work on training and opportunities for our teachers to understand not only universal design for learning, but what it means to provide those extra levels of service in a less restrictive environment. I love this analogy. Our director of special education helped me utilize this analogy for those different levels of service. So let's just say, and not that we promote teachers to throw parties in their classroom, but let's say a teacher's getting ready to prepare for this classroom party. And UDL, which is what all students should get, all students, regardless of level of disability or not, they should all receive that opportunity. And when it comes to the thoughtful planning a teacher has, she wants to make sure every student gets some healthy fruit. She wants to make sure that the strawberries and pineapples are not offered, since there's some allergies that are out there. So don't even offer them to anybody. When it comes to differentiated instruction, the teacher makes sure every child has a beverage, but not the same beverage. Some children may have milk, others may have some water, because milk is not tolerated by everybody. And so that's sort of an analogy of differentiating for that instruction. Then when you get into SDI, or specially designed instruction, there's a particular student that has a certain need or a certain allergy, so that teacher makes that appropriate modification or accommodation to that diet. So a little bit of an analogy there when it comes to providing students with various needs, food for an activity. I'm going to quickly go over this. I was going to take some time to discuss the difference between what you see there in the green around scaffolding instruction between UDL and differentiated. When you start to get into the special ed realm of that SDI, those are the things that they need for success in their classes. Over on the right, you see a little selfless plug of our teaching and learning framework foundations that you've heard about. In our Foundations 2 module, one of the modules, we taught all our teachers, starting with this module, UDL, as well as differentiated instruction activities, and we continue to expand and promote these opportunities for all of our teachers. We're very proud of our articulation in special education. This board last year approved a special ed articulation specialist to help with all of our partner districts and students who come into our district already having an IEP. In fact, there's a lot of times when parents come in and they either forget to or don't check that their student has an IEP, and that tends to really not let the student start off on the right foot. And so we go into those 8th grade partner schools and make sure that articulation progress is as seamless as possible so that the student can begin with success. I'd like to talk and share a few of our opportunities with post-school outcomes for our students. And I want to start here with this slide. You saw the difference in enrollment for all students compared to special ed students, and you see here just some numbers of graduations. Every year for the students that walk across our stage, a little over 10% of those students actually have an IEP of some sort. And so you see those numbers there. The grad rate for our special ed students is obviously not where we want it to be. In 2018, it was 71%, and just this last year in 2021, it was 58%. So we have a lot of work to do to bring those numbers back up for graduation of our special education students. That's the 4-year rate. The 5-year rate's much higher. This is a great slide, and I apologize for not providing this to you in a handout. You do have this PowerPoint, but I want to make sure that you get this. I'm going to have to stand here for this one, not just because my back hurts, but
what's really nice about this graph here is this, I believe President Ross mentioned it, like how do we track where our kids are leaving, when our kids leave us? Where are they going? What are they doing, right? CTE has a good process for calling kids. I mean, it's cold calls. Where are you? Where are you at? Our special ed department does this as well. And we identify what level of engagement students have based on their disability post-secondary. And so across the bottom here, you'll see a variety of types of disabilities. It's important for you to also look at the number. Because if you see here, severe intellectual disability, this graph is concerning once I dive into it a little bit more, but that's only 6 students. So there's only 6 students in this category, whereas here in the autism category, there's 63. And so numbers matter when it comes to the denominator, right, of a percentage, so I just wanted to point that out. And then I'll go through the colors real quick here. So the red that you see, the first bar on most of these lines on the graph, is enrolled in higher education. So as they leave us, by disability, which students are enrolling the most in higher education, right? You'll see here, OHI, other health impairment, that post-secondary is high, followed by a hearing impairment, followed by a specific learning disability, close with the others. The second color, which is this tannish brown, is competitive employment. So we also track and monitor when our students leave us, are they in an employment of some type by disability? Enrolled in some other post-secondary education or training like a trade school, maybe is the green, and so you'll see that category there based on disability. The light blue is some other type of employment, so they kind of separate in terms of their report competitive employment versus some other type of employment. And then the last one, which is the one we tend to look at, I know it's always good to use data to improve, not to prove, but to improve. Us educators are constantly wanting to improve. We start looking at that purple bar, and that's the one that's not engaged, like they're not doing anything. They're not engaged in any of these activities here. And so by disability, we have a lot of work to do in some of these categories, specifically our ED students, our moderate intellectual disability students, and then you can see, again, you have to use it by numbers. You would think that a lot of our SID students are not engaged, but that's only 3 out of 6, right? So the numbers kind of matter on the top there. But this just kind of shows the efforts that we do to monitor and work on improving our transition to college or transition to life activities that are included in our special ed program. When those students are asked what kind of school or job training program that they were enrolled in, here's the data results from the last year. You see that the red is a high school completion program, like a GED. Short-term education or employment training program is the next color, 20%. Vocational or technical or trade school, about 25% of those students, of our students go into there. About 36% say that they are enrolled or participating in some sort of 2-year or 4-year college university. We measure a little bit about a church-sponsored mission, and there's some others as well as no answer. So we try to get as much data and information from those students when they leave us to understand their efforts. And I think this is where I'm gonna need Brewster to help us take a look at one of our transition programs, Upward and Onward, where we have them at a few different schools. And I'd love for you to just take a look at this opportunity we provide our students who may have met their graduation requirements, but their transition goals haven't been met yet, and we work hard to provide these opportunities for students. So, Brewster, can you please roll the short video.
1, 2, 3, bump. There you go.
With his work uniform on and a work ethic like no other, Jacob Keene heads off to the Whining Pig restaurant in downtown Phoenix.
You know, it takes me about a couple of hours. So make sure to get up inside these little corners as you're doing it.
All made possible by a program called Upward and Onward.
Start organizing yourself.
This is the launch year of the program that helps high school students with disabilities get work and life skills experience.
You never know when you're going to need something.
They receive training in the classroom and then put those skills to work with business partners at Cityscape in the downtown area. Places like United Healthcare, Chico Malo, and the Breakfast Club, all made possible by a program called Upward and Onward.
But you want to be up.
Ian Walden is the teacher for the program.
You're ready and you got the things to do it. Students that were struggling within the typical high school campus have come to us and they've just flourished.
I've learned a lot of skills here as well.
Skills that could be put to work right after high school.
If you go to Lucky Strike, you go bowling as they can go and they can get an employment experience before they graduate. And the goal is that when they graduate, they'll have these internships to be able to take with them to get employment after graduation.
But the program does more than teach the students how to work.
I overcame a lot over this school year.
It teaches them how to overcome adversity.
I've actually, one of my disabilities is autism. So with me, sometimes I have a hard time focusing. But now, my mom stepped up to the plate and helped me with that. It's awesome. I agree. With autism, we just think differently.
Jacob may think differently, but at Onward and Upward, he's treated the same as everyone else.
I think like the most rewarding part is to see people dedicated to their progress.
And another thing amazing to watch will be his students graduating.
This is our first year, so seeing these guys graduate, like I'm probably gonna end up like a crying mess on the ground, so I won't be able to deal with it essentially because it's, you know, they've gone so far and they've come so far, and I've seen them grow so much.
My dream is like to go to college. I want to be like a daycare, like kids.
And as for Jacob, he's ready to make his mark on the world.
But I do want to go to college for special effects and CGI effects because I'm interested in that kind of stuff.
For No 99, I'm Mia Gomez.
So currently, Upward and Onward program serves over 30 students at 3 different schools for the that are involved in those higher level of service programs. So that's just one opportunity that we have with our students as a 5th-year program. We're proud of another program that's called TLC at PC, or the Transition Learners College program at Phoenix College. This assists students with disabilities in developing confidence in themselves while also focusing on intensive executive functioning skills in a community college. It's a 5th-year program, and it helps students learn skills it takes to be an adult as well as be successful in college. I would say maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this program supported maybe 1 or 2 students, and it was very basic. They weren't really diving deep into that post-secondary opportunity. And we now are serving 16 students taking advantage of these opportunities, and the program actually received an award from Phoenix College on the work around diversity, equity, and inclusion for the students that participate in this. I did have a link for this, but it is in the PowerPoint. I'll make sure you all get that link to see a video that is covered by the dean at the time of Phoenix College, just talking about how successful and how excited they are to partner with us. I talked a little bit more about articulation in 8th grade, but we're very proud as well of our parental engagement when it comes to special education. In the 2017-2018 school year, we only had 59 parents complete the ADE Special Education Parent Survey. Very low percentage. And I'm happy to say that through the work of that department, we had an over 30% completion rate this last year of our parents, and an over 90% agreement rate with the way that the programs are running and how the school makes it easy for them to be involved. I'm going to show you some quotes in here a little bit, but it's important for us to see that you know, we're listening to our parents and they're getting more and more involved with their child's education, so I appreciate it. If you filled out the survey, I appreciate it as well, but as a parent, it's okay to show vulnerable data, so while there's a high response rate, we also learned from this survey there are two major areas that we need to improve on with special education, and that is communication to our families and follow-through. Communication and follow-through is pretty much the two pieces that we got out of this survey of areas that we need to work on. I would like to just go over some quotes here. We had 268 responses of neutral or positive reinforcement, and then some areas that we obviously needed to grow on. So I wanted to show you some of these. These are actual parent responses, so I'll let you just kind of read them a little bit. Our IEP teams take into consideration social emotional issues going on in lives just as much as academics with families. A couple more quotes here to show you some of the positive responses that we have received from our parents. And then some areas that obviously we need to grow on, and like I talked about before, communication and follow-through is the patterns that we see in the areas that we can improve on based on our parents' feedback. This next one's here, a little bit about safety concern. We know that it wasn't an actual event, nonetheless, right? The feedback we've received from our parents is important. And even though they were saying, you know, hey, we were appreciative of being notified that there was a concern, but there's still that perception of safety concern. And then the last one here, again, is about communication. Unfortunate that the case manager could have been more communicative about a student that was failing all of their classes. Not good to hear, but we take that transparently and with an open heart to work on not proving, but improving. And I'm going to move now as we talk about, like, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. President Russ, yes.
Thank you for this presentation. So I think everyone knows that up until May, I've been a parent of a child with special needs in the district for 5 years or 6, I don't know, somewhere in there. I lost track. And she would fall in the category of severely, she's Down syndrome. Those categories are weird, but she has Down syndrome. And I have been a frustrated parent, which is literally why I ran for school board. Literally how poorly the district handles this population of children and students is why I ran for school board. And when I started and ran, so many parents said, what do you, lack of communication, I don't feel heard, my kids aren't, there's not enough rigor. And so I would say, and for 5 years it hasn't changed. And I would say if I were to boil down my frustrations to a couple of points instead of venting for the next half an hour, which I could do, if I were to narrow it down to frustrations that not only from myself that I've heard from countless parents, is one, you're dead on with the lack of communication, but also the lack of rigor. It's too many of our teachers, it's just babysitting. And lack of coordination, I would say. One area is not knowing what the other area is doing. Disorganization, I would say. And I've told this story to, again, our previous superintendent. I've not vented a lot to our current superintendent because I'm trying to let her get comfortable. But my daughter used to be in Tempe. She was at Desert Vista. Night and day difference. I don't know about all of Tempe Union, but I can tell you Desert Vista does a phenomenal job with their children and special needs. There are times in Phoenix where my daughter was late up to an hour coming home from school. I had no idea where my baby was. I'm calling her like, we don't know. My baby was literally about to be 5 minutes late. She wasn't 5 minutes late yet. Desert Vista already called me. She's gonna be late. Never. Like, it's just night and day. The rigor at Desert Vista, they did not. It's just night and day. We don't, and there are pockets. So Mr. Neal, he does a great job, but there's pockets. It's overall as a district we suck, and I'm sorry. I don't speak poorly of our district. I love Phoenix Union. We do great jobs in many things. We do not do a great job in this area. Thank you. There's one more thing. The transition. I remember I said it was 3. So communication, and rigor, and then the last one is transition. I kept being promised that when it's time for the transition, there would be this amazing plan. We never got it. I even said, hey, can we have it? And I never go around saying, do you know who I am? Give it to me. I always say, hey, I'm a mom. Can I get this? So that I can get the treatment that everyone else gets. We never got it. My daughter left school without, like, there was a transition plan on paper, nothing beyond that. Thank you.
President Ross, thank you very much for your sharing your experience here in this room. I appreciate it. I apologize on behalf of Phoenix Union that was your experience, and I know that while we have pockets of excellence out there with transition programs, Kareem Neal, Ian Walden, those folks that you just wish you could replicate but can't. Nonetheless, as we work on, as a system, working on guaranteed and viable curriculum across all our contents, that needs to include special education, because we have heard before that teachers feel that a modification is just to make it easier, and exactly, and it takes a collective understanding for us to get to that next step. So I appreciate your feedback. We can definitely visit Desert Vista, take a look at what is excelling, and we're always wanting to improve our opportunities. So I appreciate you sharing that perspective.
President Ross, members of the board, I would like to really encourage us to continue this dialogue because it's multifaceted. It's both transportation issues that the shortage, and I'm not making excuses in any way, shape, or form, and just want to say, as a mother of a student on an IEP for the better half of 9 years, I share your frustration, different district, but it's unfortunate, and I don't know if we're really acknowledging those parents' and children's lived experiences. But I'd like to take a look at our transportation. Teachers, I want to keep in mind that is the probably highest shortage that we have right now. You'll see an MOA with our association in November to pay them more for increasing their class sizes, because it is better to put them in with a qualified teacher than to sub them each day with a different person. I also think it's time for that budget conversation, maybe even going back all the way to this morning when we talk about resource alignment and budgets and that role of the board and how they play a critical role in that. And if this is important to us, and which I believe it is, and it should be, we need to allocate our resources. I'm just going to make a plug that our instructional aides are some of the lowest on the pay scale. Yet they are spending a great amount of time with our students, and they have to have a parapro license and credentials, and part of that rigor could come from them, but we have to be able to attract and retain people into that position. And the last thing I would say is the power of some empathy interviews, which I think we should consider launching with our students and our parents to lift up some themes of the lived experiences around being in special education, and so that we get a real accurate anecdotal story of what is really going on, and we can use that as a springboard for program improvements.
Ms. Andrade, thank you. President Ross, again, thank you. And speaking of staffing crisis, I did also make a handout of a report that I'll just have you look at on your own. It really confirms that we are not the only district struggling right now with vacancies in special education. They are one of the hardest teachers to find. And as we talk budgets, I think it's important to continue to remember that. What you see on the screen here is the current state of vacancies, like now, state of vacancies of our special education positions, both at the site and our specialty positions. Some of these specialty positions, like psychologists, vision impaired support staff, are actually contract serviced because we can't find teachers that will come or psychologists that will come for that amount of pay, and they're working with contracted services. So we are paying quite a bit more to continue to make sure that we're providing these opportunities and support services for our students. After one of our recent governing board meetings where a specific campus was kind of concerned about the state of special ed, I appreciate Ms. Andrade reiterating the IBN work for an additional MOU for our special ed teachers that are overwhelmed with caseloads. And these are basically special education student enrollment numbers by campus. And then over on the right, you see current campus vacancies by position. And so if I were to have more time and ask you to see what do you wonder and what do you see here, you know, some of our campuses have quite a few vacancies and their enrollment is not the lowest. And so we want to work really hard to see where there may be some alleviation at other campuses because as Ms. Andrade said, we want a certified, qualified special education teacher in front of our students, and it's becoming more and more difficult to do that. So we're doing our best while still facing some of these challenges. I won't take too much time to go through that state report, but you do have it, and it shows across the state the number of districts that participated in it and how all of them are suffering from this. I'm going to quickly go through these last two things. We participated also with ADE in a couple support opportunities to grow our own. Just after COVID, this was a professional development and personal growth opportunity for teachers in partnership with Arizona Department of Education around what's called Teach Camp grads, and these were our newest teachers to a special education program, and we partnered with the Department of Ed to wrap around this support cohort for our teachers. We also, for the last 3 years, have submitted for a tuition assistance program. Unfortunately, this only supports one support staff a year to move from the classified realms into the certified realms. And for the last 3 years, we've had 1 year a paraprofessional at Maryville, went back to school, received their degree and certification in ESS, as well as a Desiderata staff from an ESP to a certified. So 3 overall in the last 3 years. We would love for ADE to expand this past 1 a year, but I do know that the talent division is working on a grow your own program as well to help offset some of the staffing issues that we have. And with that, I think Ms. Andrade really wanted me to kind of guide it as we end this session. If you remember the school report cards that sit, you know, one pager, what's important to us as a district? When it comes to the feedback that President Ross gave us, the parent surveys, as a board, I would just ask maybe some reflection questions here. From your point of view, what should we consider when looking at the entire story of a student with an IEP? And how should we measure the overall success of students that are receiving these services? I heard rigor from President Ross, and she's absolutely right. again, pockets of opportunities and excellence. But I truly believe that we need to look at that academic rigor in all of those levels of classes and bring that up. So I agree with that. But are there any other takeaways, culminating thoughts as we close here? Or hopefully I did not hurt your brains too much.
Mr. Camp, could you remind us again, how many students total in special education, and how many are in the regular classroom, so that we have those numbers? You might have shared it and I missed it.
Absolutely. I am struggling with remembering specific numbers at this time, but let me go back to the beginning here. It was that slide, but we'll start with this slide. I'm sorry. Last year, our October 1 total enrollment for special education was 3,300 and change, which was about 12%. The slide before was end of year count for last school year. This was, I think that right corner, I'm looking at Mr. Marquez's head. I'm sorry, sir. 2,800. Is it 28 or? Yep, and so roughly anywhere from 10.8 to a little over 11% of enrollment. And then you asked the question, Ms. Andrade, the second question is, where are they in terms of level of service? And so I went through these levels of service here, and then here are the, oh, good gosh, here are the counts there. So we could break down those percentage-wise there for level A, B, and C. By the way, A and B are both in gen ed classes, according to our chart, right? Level B is just actually, they need a little bit of additional support, so we often put them in gen ed classes and assign a co-teacher in that class. So that's the A and the B. And then the C is, again, an increased level of service where maybe they're in a couple practical classes, and then gen ed electives or whatnot for the academics. But that goes back to the work we have to do around the rigor in our academic classes for them and the training for our teachers.
So to answer your question on your last slide, I think Superintendent Andrade had a great point when she said we need to do some kind of assessment, for lack of a better word. What's the word that you always use? No, when you talk to the community, what do you call it? Not survey, a listening session.
Focus groups, listening.
Yeah, community engagement, there it is, thank you, Mr. Marquez. Some kind of, for my parents to say, hey, what are the needs, what does success look like? Because I think there's this thing you learn in social justice about, I'm telling you what you need versus you telling me what you need. Does that make sense? And so I think this is one of those times where we need to hear from the people impacted and not as a district say, we're going to tell you what you need, if that makes sense.
President Ross, it makes perfect sense. Thank you. Well, if I could just take this opportunity and thank you all for your time today. Both Ms. Tarkington, Ms. Tejas, and I really value and appreciate the opportunity to talk about achievement as a district. Very excited to continue these conversations. And if you have any other thoughts throughout the day or even over the weekend or whatnot, please let Ms. Andrade or Ms. Tejas or I know in regards to these questions what's important to us, and we will make sure and set up a listening session for our parents and students to dive deeper into these questions. Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentation. Okay, we'll do a 5-minute break and then we will hit our last topic, which is alt to expulsion. Yes, ma'am, I apologize, I'm tired. The next item is 6A, discussion of PXU's alternative expulsion program. Ms. Andrade.
Thank you, President Ross, members of the board. We have today for you, walking you through just basically the process so you can better understand the statute and our responsibility within that, and then how we're going to tackle it. We know the power that an expulsion can have on a child's life can be completely detrimental and make or break. And so that's not something we want to be in the business of. However, we want to make sure that we are looking at the whole picture. And so today is designed to walk you through, from a practitioner side, what we'll be doing. Because again, these cases in many cases will not be brought to you to hear the facts if the results indicate that we go in that direction. So I wanted you to understand what it is you may not see or experience, but know that it is happening. And with that said, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Eileen Fernandez and Alyssa Tarkington to walk us through the alt to expulsion.
Thank you, President Ross. Superintendent Andrade. So again, as Ms. Andrade said, we have been working to create the programming. We have launched, and we're here to share. Our agenda, basically, I'll turn it over in just a moment to Ms. Fernandez for the legal context. We'll then start to walk through what is that process for the recommendations, what those timelines, or at least what that looks like without exact days, in terms of timelines, and then a program description so that you understand what the program looks like. So with that said, I'll take it over to Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Tarkington. President Ross, members of the board, what we wanted to do, first of all, is to start with the very, very basics and talk a little bit about the laws that impact this area. So to start off with, we want to go over the Gun-Free Schools Zones Act. So for historical context, I'll just go through a little bit of background on how this law came about. It was actually enacted, and I think my slide is a little bit not updated, but it was actually enacted in 1990 originally. In 1994, there was a change that was made, and that change required states to fulfill certain requirements that we'll go through in just a little bit. That same year, in 1994, that they did that amendment, there was a constitutional challenge to the act. It was a case called U.S. v. Lopez, and the U.S. Supreme Court sided with Mr. Lopez in that case, stating that Congress failed to make a connection with the legislation and interstate commerce. Now, as much as Mr. Camp nerds out on data, I nerd out on things like Commerce Clause. So, and I'm sure Lynn does as well. I love this stuff. So within months of its rulings, if you can actually believe it, Congress took very swift action and reenacted the section of the Gun-Free School Zones Act that was deemed unconstitutional. So they changed it to add in the provisions of the Commerce Clause that were necessary to make it constitutional. So since 1995, those provisions have stayed in the act, and they continue to be in effect. What are those requirements? The Act has 3 different requirements as it pertains to firearms at schools. States that receive certain federal funding are required to enact a state law mandating a minimum of a 1-year expulsion for kids that bring guns to schools. The state law has to include provisions that allows the superintendent to modify the expulsions on a case-by-case basis, and the state has to report to the U.S. DOE all of the exceptions used by schools on a yearly basis as well.
Darn it. So schools that don't have homeless populations or whatever the other, they don't have.
You're going to more than likely fall under ESSA because pretty much all states receive ESSA funding.
Okay, so most schools will.
All states have this law. All states have a mandatory 1-year expulsion at a minimum.
Okay.
Some states have more than 1 year. Like, for instance, Florida has a 2-year minimum. Here, it's 1 year. Yeah, of course, Florida.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So due to the federal act, Arizona has that mandatory expulsion statute written into ARS 15-841. It requires the 1-year expulsion for students that bring firearms on campuses. It does also contain the provision that allows districts to deviate from this requirement on a case-by-case basis, as is required by the federal law. One other section of ARS 15-841, and I know this is really tiny, but I'll sum it up for you, that I did want to point out is within the statute, there is also a provision that requires a 1-year mandatory expulsion for students that make threats against schools. So there's two different areas in 15-841 where we have mandatory expulsions, but again, they have exceptions on a case-by-case basis. So oftentimes in PXU, firearms and threats are commingled. Threats against an educational institution are commingled with a firearm. That's why you very, very rarely will actually see the threat to an educational institution. We normally will go with the firearm charge, if you will, or violation of code of conduct. Obviously, a threat to an educational institution carries with it some very, very significant criminal penalties. That may not be the same thing as a firearm, and so that's just the way that we choose to operate in the district currently. And I will turn it over to Ms. Tarkington again.
Thank you, President Ross, Ms. Fernandez. So with that said, the next couple of slides will really be referencing that statute and how we're approaching these incidents on a case-by-case basis to walk through a process to recommend an alternative to expulsion, wanting to make sure we're doing it with fidelity and equity, compassion and consciousness, as well. So the first step really is at the time of the incident. No different in any case. There is an investigation, or really it surfaces because in this case we're typically talking about firearms, and immediately would really deal with safety first, and the immediate code of conduct consequence would to put that student on an off-campus suspension pending a hearing. So just an immediate removal at that moment and on that day. Keeping in mind, sometimes students are released to parents, and sometimes they've been arrested as well. Even though this is sequential, this next step could also begin in that moment on the same day, and that would be that we would have the threat management team gather to start our protocol for the threat assessment. And there's a couple of reasons that we do that. One is that we've learned we may not have access to the student after that. If they're incarcerated, or in some cases, families have not come back, chosen to withdraw even rather quickly. And so, without getting too much in the weeds in this moment, one of the first pieces that you begin to understand from the student themselves, just like in any incident in the code of conduct, by right, they have the right to tell their side of the story and begin to explain that situation. The preference is that we would have another opportunity when people are, de-escalated from either stress or, adrenaline, and be able to work with that family at another separate time. But again, often we start that process in the moment, and then we can reconvene. And I know that there's been various requests over the years, but just a reminder of who that campus threat assessment team is. They're comprised minimally of 3 roles, and so that's a trained administrator in the protocol, a mental health specialist, which on our campuses are our social workers, and then a qualified evaluator, which is typically our school psychologist. We train more other additional roles. We have, behavior specialists and interventionists on our campus, and so there are times we could have someone else if it was appropriate. You may have a nurse or our ESS facilitators, and so, but just know that these are those roles in that core campus team. What now we have added is that we then move into a next step, and this is going to be as soon as we are able to finish the threat assessment. If we're able to do the threat assessment, and over the next couple slides, I'll be able to show you why. Their job is to begin to analyze all of the information. And so one of those reports would be that summary report and the interview summaries of the threat assessment. but also documents from the investigation. It may include other information because, again, in our work with students, we may have been working with that student, so there may be, documentation of other ongoing, interventions, or it could be as simple as looking at, the student was never on our radar before, and so what do we know and learn? So what we've created is an alt to expulsion team. It happens to also be the district level threat assessment team. They are our trainers, our state trainers in the CSTAG protocol, and they're also our trained administrators, one who works in the behavior side of the house and one who works in the intervention side of the house. And that, again, is our alt to expulsion team. And so I want to walk you through what they do in this process. And so they're going to start with going through some guiding questions that you'll see on the right. And essentially, the first step is to understand, was there full participation and cooperation in the threat assessment? And the reason that's so important, I know we keep referring to that, and it's not about the title, it's about when there is full cooperation from the family, when we have the opportunity for them to participate and dig into that, it produces just a lot of information. And I think we've made it clear today, partnership in families and understanding the context of what's going on is tremendous. It also helps to understand, students sometimes give a lot of information, but often they shut down or they're leery, and so it does help to give us more information to that. And then it goes through several other guiding questions that we have, and sometimes that will surface some other information that we need to analyze more closely from, again, were there other violations, or was there a crime as part of this? Was it a direct threat? And I won't read all of those now, but it really takes them through that series of information. And so from there, this team will provide a recommendation, and we've determined that we're going to forward that to the superintendent's office. And so if there is the recommendation for the alt to expulsion program and through the superintendent, then the next responsibility we have is to see if the family wants to participate in that program. And from there, if the family wants to do this, and this is where we know we're headed, then we're going to finalize that with an agreement, and that works with Eileen Fernandez's office.
Get in the way sometimes. If you look at the handout that Ms. Ceballos handed out to you just a short while ago, it is a template for an agreement that we have created for our families. We did try to create something that was as simple as possible, so it is a 2-page agreement. It contains provisions where the allegations against the student are listed, and it states that the students are being offered an alternative placement to complete their education at PXU. It also has a space for conditions and requirements that a student must meet in order to remain eligible for that placement. So those conditions, just to give you an example, could be a student has to check in periodically with a guidance counselor or with other support services. They could be a situation, I will be very honest with you, where a student has to be searched every day depending on what the particular offense is and what the particular circumstances are around that offense. That's also where we would put any safety measures for a student that may need those additional services as well. Finally, the agreement does state that upon successfully completing the alt to expulsion program, if the student has met all of the required conditions, the expulsion will not appear on their record. But it does state, though, that if the student fails to complete the conditions or violates any of the conditions, then we do have a right to immediately go into the expulsion process at that point.
So it sounds like I was assuming that Alta expulsion would be digital, but you just said they may be searched, so it sounds like we're not
if they have to come on campus, there are moments in time, sometimes even with PXU Digital, that a student may be required to come onto campus.
Got it. That makes sense.
So that, yes.
Thank you. That makes sense. Thank you. Clerk Napa.
Thank you. Ms. Fernandez, I heard that if the student in this particular program successfully completes all of the agreement, then the expulsion will not be on their record.
That's correct.
Can you clarify what an expulsion on a high school student's record means as far as opportunities, consequences, not just at PXU, but like at other schools and later in life?
So essentially, what an expulsion will do for a student is it may prohibit that student from being able to enroll in other schools throughout the state of Arizona as far as their K-12 education is concerned, because it is up to the individual district whether or not they want to accept that student once they've been formally expelled from a school district. The other thing is, and I will tell you, my experience is very rarely do colleges and universities request the student discipline record, so it's very rare for them to find out if a student has been expelled. However, they would be able to see in a student's transcript, for instance, if a student's missed 2 years of school or a year of school and hadn't enrolled anywhere else. So it would avoid all of that. And then as well, if a student is participating in sports and there may be conditions that would prohibit that student from participating in sports while they're in the ALT to expulsion program. Again, it depends on the particular circumstances of the student. But there are situations where we get phone calls as well from once a student has been very successful in college as far as sports are concerned, from recruiters. And they want to know what the student's disciplinary record is. So we have, for instance, colleges and universities that will call us and say, we want to know what the student's disciplinary record is because we want to know how well they're going to jive with our team, right? Gel with our team. And so those are hurdles sometimes that those expulsions that show on the record could prevent a student from, moving on successfully with their life.
Thank you, President Ross and Ms. Fernandez. So now we'll start to walk through the timelines that we go through when we are following through with this process. So on the left, in the previous process, we would have the incident. Again, just as I shared, we would have the immediate initiation of the CSTAG. We would then have up to 9 days of an off-campus suspension pending that first site level hearing. And then as those results, and this is when we were recommending expulsion, once those findings came back, then we would set up with a neutral hearing officer, the district, from outside of the district neutral hearing officer, and then we would have that, and so that scheduling often can take, up to 4 weeks. And then once that report and findings would come back, then we would send that to the governing board. And again, depending on the timing of the next governing board meeting, we've had that. And so that's taken, typically 2 to 3 months to get through. In the new process, again, the first couple of steps are the same. We have the incident, we begin the process. Again, we would immediately send the student home. So when we say 9 days, I really should have put up to 9 days. However, if we're able to get that CSTAG process done quickly, I shouldn't say quickly, we're making every effort to do that, and we know fairly quickly if the family's willing to participate into that, and so, they may need a day or two to just kind of breathe, to be able to get through that and allow the team to write that report. Then that is forwarded to the district level ALT to expulsion team, and they would begin that process to determine and go through that criteria. As soon as they know that, then we can have that contact with the superintendent's office and the family, and then we can have that agreement. We feel like we now have this streamlined, and so if that would be the case, that would be able to happen much more quickly. I hesitate to tell you it's 1 week or 2 weeks. Certainly would be no need to continue with the hearings, and so you would see that again, if that's what we're recommending, if that's what the family agrees to, then we would put the agreement together and go forward. Otherwise, then you would still continue with the regular process. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about the program. So I think it's important to note that just in terms of, again, the who and the what and the how, it really is about a branch between the Student and Family Services Division, and I shouldn't say that, a branch, a department or a couple of our departments in the Student Family Services in that behavior and intervention side of the house, as well as now a branch of the Engagement Center. And so that really is about case management. That's really about the warm handoffs with, the withdrawal of a student, the enrollment of the student. But the learning, the education part of this will be through Phoenix Digital. And so it's really about interdivision work together and ensuring that we understand what this placement means, making sure that, just some of the safeguards that we talked about, and I'll get into that in a moment, but that again, they're a Phoenix Digital student in terms of their learning, and then in partnering with them as well. It's not as if, none of the services out of digital could happen, but it's really about that strong level of communication, because this is a very different set of circumstances that we'd be in, and making sure that people understand the context also of the agreement.
Ms. Tarkenton, may I? If they agree and they're going to go to digital, then here's a laptop and here's a not wet spot. Oh my goodness. What's it?
Hotspot?
Hotspot, thank you. Do we do that if they need the hotspot? Not everyone needs a hotspot. So we give them that.
Absolutely. So, and I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll also proceed. So I think that the truth is that, in a world of technology, when people are home, there are a lot of things we can facilitate at home, but not everything, not always. And so really making sure in that communication that we have the following, that we're really trying to guarantee safety, but also support of learning and support of needed interventions. And so if there is an in-person appointment of any kind made, then that would be facilitated through the case management. And again, back to our division and the Engagement Center, communicating with family, as well as, digital. Some of those things, even though they're a digital student, may not need to happen on that site, because the reality is most of their learning is not happening at school. There could be a need for that as well. But we've also supported in other circumstances appointments in this building as well. So yes, they would have access to all of the things that any Phoenix Union student is entitled to in terms of resources for learning and resources for support. Where that happens and how that happens would be set up, again, case by case and individual basis.
And does a digital teacher know?
So there are some. So I guess that depends. So yes. So they would have that information through the counselor. So we're so new into this, we've actually just begun that, and so. Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is that there are things that a teacher would need to know, because there are times that they set up appointments for tutoring and whatnot. And so the reality is that we need everybody, not only in the most physical safety space, but we don't want lack of communication and breakdown of communication to interfere with something a teacher would normally wanting to be doing. And you could see my caution, and your caution is that, so yes. And then the last piece, and I think it's important to know for any expulsion, that Phoenix Union does have policies that center around that reentry process. And so just knowing that expulsions end. There are times that this happens in student senior year, and so that looks a little bit different, but we have a process set up for reentry into, another campus, or the campus of, the origin, I guess I should say. And that's what I've got, and so open for discussion and questions.
Members, questions?
Yes, I just need some clarification, and maybe Ms. Fernandez and Ms. Adams can help me on this. So as far as the federal and the Arizona statute on what is a threat, and let me tell you why I'm asking this. Is it on a campus? Because we've been brought information about, students' social media posts and stuff, if they're not directly threatening anybody, but they've got a TikTok video and they have a weapon slung across their chest, but there's nothing to do with school or anything, how do we handle that?
Ross? President Ross? Member Oliver, that is exactly what the threat assessment team is there to do, is to assess that threat, to see how real it is, and to see what the impact could be at the school. So
Okay.
That's where that determination is made.
Case by case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cool.
Members? Mr. Marquez? I feel like you have a question.
Thank you. I have a question about this waiver. So I guess section 1A says the student committed the following acts, and it looks like the students or parents have to sign that and say they admit that they committed those acts versus saying they've been accused of committing these acts. And then 1D, I guess I worry about the way that's written in terms of getting people to go along with our alternative expulsion program and giving up all of their constitutional due process rights. I guess the way the question is, I'm going to jump to section, I guess that's still section 1, or section 2D, where it says, they have to comply with all of the PXU student code of conduct. So I'm thinking of something that's, kind of minimal within that code of conduct. If they're late for school or their online class one day, does that automatically take you to expulsion? Or, if there's some minor incidents that happen once they're in this program, does that preclude them from, the way I'm reading it, a full expulsion hearing if it's deemed sort of they're not going along with the conditions prescribed in section B?
Okay, so the reason that we have the provision in 1D that talks about the waiver of waiving of their constitutional due process is because all of this is occurring before a hearing occurs. So ideally, before you get to the 9 days or before you get to the 10th day, we already have all of this in place. If they don't waive that right, we've violated their due process rights. And this agreement could become null and void. And so we don't want that to happen. So that's the reason that that provision is in there. This, just to kind of give you a frame of reference, is very, very similar to what somebody would do if they pled out in a court of law. Very similar to that. Obviously, this would not be criminal in the sense that we're working on. With regards to section 1A, we can certainly reword that so it says the allegations are. Done that before. And then your last question was related to section 2D, which as far as minor infractions are concerned, I would hope and think that that would not be the case for minor infractions. We would be talking about conditions outlined in here and major violations of the code of conduct. What we could do, and it would be up to the superintendent, of course, is to put something in process that if these students were to commit any type of violations, that before we were to move forward with processing any kind of expulsion, they would have to go through the district. And just to be clear, if they committed a second infraction, they still have due process rights for that other infraction. So that's still, it's not an automatic, I accused you of doing this, so now you're gone. There's still due process for that other infraction that they have alleged to have done.
Okay. And then section 1B, the way I guess I'm reading the case-by-case provision in federal and state law, does that mean there has to be sort of a case-by-case specific intervention that is unique for each student, and something unique would go in that section 1B in terms of their conditions?
So the wonderful thing is because we have that threat assessment tool and then we do a second assessment by the alt to expulsion team, that gives you the rationale behind the case-by-case basis for mitigating this student's assigned discipline and what leads to the alt to expulsion. So the going through the exercise of the threat assessment, as well as going through the exercise of the Alt-2 expulsion assessment, gives you the rationale that you need under the law to allow this student to participate in an Alt-2 expulsion program.
Thank you. And then last comment. You said this form is similar to, I guess, in the criminal justice system, if somebody were to plead out, is how you said it. I was trying to sort of compare this similar to, in my head, the veteran treatment courts, which are sort of considered pre-adjudication. So you agree to treatment before you go to your, I guess, official hearing, and if you don't meet all the conditions of that pre-adjudication requirements, then you go back to the regular process. Is that?
That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. This is like a diversionary program.
Okay.
It's established that way in the same way that they have in juvenile court.
Thank you.
Clerk Napa.
So the board has voted on several expulsions since I started sitting on the board in January. One question that has always been a little bit of a mystery to me, and I don't think I've sufficiently asked the question, or it has been clarified. If the board does decide not to move forward with an expulsion, you have a majority of no votes. What happens to the student then, and would they still be a candidate for Alt-2 expulsion if a no vote comes down from the board?
If there's a no vote, then we can't move forward with an expulsion. So the student would have to be reintegrated into school. My guess is we would still put in whatever safety measures we deem appropriate for that child to be able to come back to school and be integrated, transition back into school successfully.
The goal of this, I'm assuming, is to have fewer expulsions come before the board, correct? Moving forward.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. I believe this would still be coming to the board for a vote.
Do we have?
But we could still implement the plan. It would be basically an
No,
affirmation.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I meant the goal for the whole program, the Alt-2 expulsion program, is that fewer expulsions will come to the board.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm very aware that we have 2 minutes now until 3 o'clock. I just wanted to lift up that I think this is an excellent program, especially for diversion, as mentioned by Governing Board Member Marquez, and then clarification for me about potential consequences of expulsions. I'm really excited about this program. Of course, we want to support learning, we want to support student needs, and I think this is a great pilot to see and test our theories and hypotheses.
Ms. Tejas.
Thank you, I'm good.
Okay. I thank you, Mr. Marquez, because this is your baby. You've been pushing for this since you've been on the board. So thank you for that. And then I also thank the staff for the work that you've done. I agree with Clerk Napa that this is really good. It feels good. So I was like, so fewer expulsions are going to come before us, so it feels really good. So thank you, staff, for the work that you've done, and legal for the work that you've done to get us this far. And we're getting questions? Okay. Item 7A, request for future agenda items. Members, any items? Good job. Item 8. Get the page. Motion to adjourn the governing board retreat. Having concluded our business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
A motion's been made by Member Oliver and seconded by Member Napa. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. We are adjourned.